CDH Films presents an animated storybook retold with Legos. The Titan's Curse. Book 3 of Percy Jackson and the Olympians. From the original novel by Rick Riordan. The weather was cold and snowy, and it was 1 week before the holiday break. 14-year-old Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon, responded to a message sent by his best friend Grover Underwood, the satyr. So Percy had his mother, Sally, drive him up to the boarding school where Grover was waiting for them. The Westover Hall Military Academy. And he brought along his other good friend, Annabeth Chase, a daughter of Athena, and her good friend, Thalia Grace, a daughter of Zeus, to help him. After 8 hours of driving from New York to Maine, they made it to the school. It was very old. No doubt it had to be one of the country's oldest schools. It looked like an evil knight's castle with its stone walls and towers and a big set of wooden double doors. "Oh yeah," Thalia said sarcastically. "This is gonna be fun." "You sure you don't want me to wait?" Sally asked. "No thanks, Mom," said Percy. "I don't know how long it'll take us. We'll find our own way back, just like always." "I'm worried, Percy." Annabeth smiled at his mom. "It's okay, Miss Jackson," she said reassuringly. "We'll keep him out of trouble." Sally seemed to relax a little from hearing that. Also, Percy was just dying to get out of the car before she mentioned more embarrassing stories about him when he was a baby. After Sally left, Thalia said, "Your mom is real cool, Percy." "Yeah, she's pretty okay," he admitted. "What about you? You ever get in touch with your mom?" As soon as she looked back at him, he regretted the question. With that half-punk, half-gothy appearance, Thalia was good at giving evil looks. Then she said, "If that was any of your business, Percy—" Guys," Annabeth interrupted, "you know, Grover is waiting for us inside, and it's freezing out here." Their instincts told them there was something bad about the place, but all they knew for sure was that a fight was coming. As soon as they stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind them, and the lock made a clicking sound as if on automatic. "Okay, looks like we're staying a while," said Percy. They hid their bags behind a pillar and started down the hall, but in just seconds a man and woman marched out of the shadows to intercept. They both had short gray hair and wore black military-style uniforms. "Well, what are you doing here?" the woman demanded. They'd been so focused on getting to Grover and finding out what was wrong, none of them had even considered making an actual plan even during the whole car trip. Then Percy said, "Ma'am, we're just—" But then the man snapped, which made Percy jump. "Visitors are not allowed at the dance," he said with a French accent. The man was tall, with a hawkish face, and his eyes were two different colors, one brown and one blue. "You shall be ejected." That made Percy guess he and the girls were going to get thrown out, but then Thalia stepped forward and did something weird. She put up her hand and made a real sharp and loud finger snap. It might have been imaginary, but Percy felt like a gust of wind rippled out of her hand and spread across the room. "We're not visiting," said Thalia. "We go to school here. You remember us. I'm Thalia. That's Percy and Annabeth. We're in the 8th grade." Whatever she was thinking, she probably just got them in even bigger trouble now for lying, and they were definitely going to get thrown out now. But then the man seemed to be hesitating. Then he looked at his colleague. "Miss Gottschalk, can you recall seeing the students before?" he asked. "Miss Gottschalk?" Percy thought to himself, trying not to laugh. "You gotta be kidding me." The woman blinked like she'd woken up from a trance. Yes, I believe I do, sir," she said, frowning at the kids. "But what are you all doing outside the gymnasium?" she asked. Before they could answer, Grover appeared. He looked just the same as he always did, with his shaggy hair and facial hair and his baggy jeans to hide his goat hooves. And he wore a hat now that his goat horns grew longer. Maybe he should have just cut them off. He looked just the same as the last time Percy saw him during the summer. On top of that, he looked just as young as he was when Annabeth first met him about 7 years before. That was the thing about satyrs. They grow and age twice as slow as humans, so Grover was somewhere in his late 20s, but still looked like he was about 15. "Hey, you guys made it," he said. "What do you mean they made it?" the man said. "The students live here." His tone made it clear he detested Grover. Grover swallowed and said, yes, of course, Dr. Thorne. I just meant I'm so glad they made the punch for the dance. The punch was great, and they made it." Yes, the punch is excellent," said Miss Gottschalk. "Now run along, all of you. And please do not leave the gymnasium again." None of them waited to be told twice. They left with a lot of yes ma'ams and yes sirs, and also some saluting, not even knowing for sure if you're really supposed to do that in a military school. "Way too close," said Grover as he hurried them to the gym. Percy looked back at the man as he glared at them from behind, and Percy suspected one of his eyes were possibly fake. Then he turned back and looked at Thalia. "How did you do that?" he asked her, "with the finger snap?" "It's one way to manipulate the mist," she said. "You mean Chiron hasn't taught you yet?" An uncomfortable lump formed in his throat. Chiron, the head trainer at the summer camp they went to, did mention to Percy in the summer about how he could teach him to manipulate the mist himself when he was ready. But the question was, why would he show Thalia first and not Percy, especially since he had gone to the camp longer? But of course, Percy only went there for the summer while Thalia stayed there year-round because she was really a runaway who had nowhere to go, so who could blame him? As for what they called the Mist, it was a magical force created by the Olympian gods to hide godly activity and monster activity from the vision of mortals. It seemed like the best way to keep people from freaking out. Percy and his friends were tricked by the Mist before they learned they were demigods too. Lucky for them, they had help. This was what their mission was about. Grover had sent them a message and told them that he may have discovered 2 unknown demigods and he needed their help. That was Grover's job, as well as most satyrs, to recruit demigods, and they haven't been too easy to find lately, as far as they knew. And finding 2 of them in one place was rare enough. They needed all the demigods they could get now because an army of monsters was swarming. "These 2 are brother and sister, biologically," Grover said. "They're about 10 and 12. I don't know their parentage, but they seem pretty strong. I know there's at least one monster here, and I'm sure he's trying to keep them from leaving." "Who is it?" Thalia asked. "You just met him," Grover said. "Dr. Thorne." Now, usually when there's a special event in a military school, the kids go absolutely nuts. Probably because everything's so strict the rest of the time and they get to have all the fun they want at the dance. "There they are," Grover said. "Over there, on the bleachers. Bianca and Nico D'Angelo." Both kids had tan skin and silky black hair. The girl just sat there while her brother was shuffling trading cards. "You didn't tell them yet, did you?" Annabeth asked Grover. "No," Grover said. "You know how it is." They knew exactly what he meant, and they've all had their own experience. When you first learn you're a demigod, usually that's when even more monsters start tracking you, especially when you're stronger than you even know at first. "Okay, let's just get him and go," Percy said. Thalia stopped him before he could walk. Thorne came in through another door near the D'Angelos and stared towards the kids. Thalia may have tricked Miss Gottschalk, but it didn't seem to work on him very well. "We have to confuse him and draw him away with our scent," Thalia said. Just act natural and blend in with everyone else. Just don't try to stare at them. Dancing? Annabeth asked. Come on, goat boy, let's go, Thalia said to Grover. As slow dancing music started playing, Grover was honestly terrible. Annabeth looked at Percy with a big smile. What? He asked. Oh, nothing, she said. It's just good to have Thalia back. So who do you think I should ask to dance? Percy asked. Me, seaweed brain, she said, playfully nudging him in the shoulder. Oh, right, said Percy. When they walked on the dance floor, Percy hesitated to hold Annabeth. I won't bite, she humored. Don't they have dances at your school, Percy? That was true, but he didn't say it to her, and he never really danced at one. So he changed the subject. So, you enjoying your new school? She had in fact transferred schools to live in New York so she'd be closer to the summer camp. Percy hoped he could see her more often, but so far, no luck with that. Yeah, but now my dad wants to move just when I was getting settled, she said. He took this stupid new job researching for a World War I book in San Francisco, and you know demigods can't live in California? He knew what she meant. During his first year at the summer camp, he learned that California was where the entrance to the underworld was hidden. So, you'll go back to living at camp, or what? Percy asked. It's more serious than that, Percy. I should probably tell you something. Then she paused. Hey, they're gone, she said. The D'Angelos, they're gone. They maneuvered through the crowd looking for them, but no sign of them. The D'Angelo siblings were nowhere in the room. Then Percy saw something shocking through the doorway. A French beret like Bianca's and some trading cards just like Nico's. Percy peeked outside the doorway and saw Dr. Thorne gripping the kids' necks as he rushed his way down the hall. Percy almost turned back to get his friends, but then he remembered they went the other way, and it might be too late by the time he found them. Then he thought about how Thalia controlled the mist and asked him if Chiron had taught him yet. The way she seemed more impressive started to bother him. He had nothing against her, but the way she was so good at giving looks and coming up with plans a little too quickly and controlling the mist started to annoy him. It wasn't her fault she was Zeus's kid, seeing people relying on her and get all the attention, and it wasn't like he needed her to solve all his problems. Besides, he fought a lot of monsters before, so he took out Riptide, his magic pen-transforming sword, from his pocket and ran to the rescue. After only a few feet, he stopped in a corner. At the other end of the room stood the D'Angelos, frozen in horror. Percy advanced toward them slowly and lowered his sword. It's okay, he said, trying to keep his voice down. I don't want to hurt you guys. I'm Percy, and I'm here to take you guys somewhere safe. They seemed too scared to answer. Their eyes were full of fear. But what Percy wondered more was, where did Dr. Thorne go? With a shocked expression still stuck on her face, Bianca pointed towards Percy. Percy looked over his shoulder, but then, whoosh! He dropped his sword and got pushed away and slammed into the wall. He was shocked to find himself pinned to the wall by what looked like a giant black needle. The needle poked through his arm, and Percy felt dizzy. Poison, he thought. Percy tried to concentrate and not pass out. Then he heard an echoing laugh through the halls. Years I've waited, Perseus Jackson. Percy tried to break free, but the needle was pushed in too deep. Then the doctor appeared, and something shot from behind him. A second needle impaled itself through the wall right next to Bianca's face. You will all come with me quietly, Thorne said, or I shall show you just how accurately I can throw. Whatever kind of monster Thorne was, he was bad news. Percy still couldn't figure out how he made giant needles shoot out from behind him. Percy didn't see anything behind his back, and he still looked human. Luckily, Percy felt his sword magically reappearing back in his pocket in pen form again, as he always did every time he dropped it or lost it. He wanted to get it out and fight, but he knew it meant risking the lives of the D'Angelos. Then he had an idea. He shut his eyes and thought about Grover. "What are you doing, Jackson? Keep moving," Thorn hissed. "My shoulder, it burns," Percy lied. "My poison only causes pain. It will not kill you. Now walk." He pushed them outside, and Percy closed his eyes again as they kept walking. During the summer, Grover was kidnapped and made a telepathic contact with Percy called an empathy link. And their minds were connected ever since. It only happened whenever Percy was sleeping, but if he shut his eyes, he had to try. "Grover, where are you?" he said in his mind. "Thorn's kidnapping us. He's a poisonous spike-throwing maniac." But no reply, unfortunately. Seconds later, Thorn pulled them to a stop. Percy opened his eyes and found that they were standing on the edge of a cliff overlooking the sea. Or at least, Percy could sense the sea was down there, hundreds of feet below under all that dark fog. "Now turn around and face me," Thorn said. Then he pulled out something from one of his pockets. At first, Percy thought it was a weapon, but it turned out to be just a cell phone. He pressed a button and it said, "The package is ready to deliver." A monster using a mobile phone? That seemed way too weird. Percy looked behind him and gazed down at the foggy sea. "Grover, where are you?" Percy thought impatiently. "Ha ha! By all means, son of Poseidon," Thorn laughed. "There's your territory. Go on, jump in, save yourself, and just pray your father will protect you. But I will kill you before you even reach the water." "What did he call you?" Bianca muttered. "Later," Percy said. "What are you going to do with us?" Nico asked. "You should be honored, boy," Thorn said. "You will all have the opportunity to join a great army. The general is looking forward to meeting you, and you will do him a great service." "General? What general?" Percy asked. "Of course, if you don't like it, there's plenty of monsters in Tartarus to be fed," Thorn said. "Lots of them that haven't been seen in centuries are now rising, and soon the most powerful of them all shall bring down Olympus." Then, something Percy had already seen before but still never got old, just happened. They got pushed to a safe distance from the edge of by something invisible. It was Annabeth, with her magic baseball cap that gave her invisibility by wearing it. Then Thalia and Grover appeared behind Thorn. Thalia used a canister that expanded into a spear and a bracelet that expanded into the shield called Aegis, decorated with the face of Medusa, which made it look just as terrifying as the real thing. "For Zeus," she said. She was about to charge, but her spear was swatted away by a giant paw. She dodged as Thorn launched another needle, and this time they could see how he did it. Behind him was a giant, leathery scorpion tail? Then his face stayed human, but the rest of his body grew larger and transformed into the body of a lion. Dr. Thorn was the Manticore. "Hit the deck!" Annabeth shouted. Then Percy pressed the stopwatch button on his wristwatch, and the watch spiraled out into a full-size shield. It deflected the giant needles, but they were so strong they dented the metal. Percy wasn't sure if it would work a second time. "Yield to me," the monster said. "Never!" Thalia shouted. Suddenly, without warning, a silver arrow shot the monster in the shoulder. Then he shot a bunch of needles toward the trees. Percy wasn't sure if he was looking at it right, but it looked a lot like the arrows had sliced the thorns in half in mid-air. No archers at their summer camp could do that. From behind the trees, a line of female archers marched out slowly with their bows still ready to shoot. They were all dressed in that same white snowcoats and pants, but they all looked no older than 14, like Percy. "It's the hunters!" Annabeth cried. "Oh, wonderful," Thalia muttered. One of the hunters took a few more steps closer. She had dark hair, copper skin, and unlike the others, she wore a tiara. "Permission to kill, my lady," she said, keeping her eyes on her target, which made it hard to tell who she was talking to.
"This is not fair," the monster wailed. "A direct interference is against the ancient laws."
Then the hunter in the middle, a red-headed girl about 12 or 13, spoke up. "The hunting of all wild beasts is within my spear," she said, "and you, foul creature, are a wild beast." "Permission granted, Zoe."
"If I cannot have them alive, I shall have them dead," the manticore growled.
But before anybody could make another move, Annabeth leaped onto the monster's back and drove her knife into his mane. "Open fire!" Zoe yelled. "No, wait!" Percy screamed. But the hunters let their arrows fly and the monster wailed and staggered backwards.
"This is not the end, huntress. You shall pay."
Then the monster, with Annabeth still on his back, stepped over the edge and tumbled into the dark mist. "No, Annabeth!" The hunters advanced on the kids slowly, and the one named Zoe stopped in front of Thalia. "You?" she said with distaste. "Zoe Nightshade," Thalia said with anger. "Perfect timing, as usual." "4 half-bloods and a satyr," said the red-headed girl. "From Chiron's camp, I see." Percy was about to jump over the edge and dive, but the hunters grabbed him. "No, no, please, you have to let me save her," he begged. "I'm sorry, Percy Jackson, but your friend is beyond help," said the red-headed girl. "Let me go," Percy demanded. "Who do you guys think you are?" Then she said, "I am Artemis, the goddess of the moon and the hunt." Grover gasped. Then he knelt next to the goddess. "Oh, thank you, Lady Artemis," he said. "Wow, you're so, wow." "Save it, goat boy," Thalia said. "We have bigger problems to worry about. Like, for instance, our best friend is gone." "Hey! Can someone please explain what's happened here?" Bianca shouted. "Who are you people?" Artemis' expression softened. Then she said, "It might be a better question, my dear girl, to ask who are you and who are your parents?" Bianca glanced at her brother nervously. "Our parents are dead," she said. "We're orphans. There's a bank trust that pays for our school, but—" She faltered. She could probably tell from their faces that they didn't believe her. "What?" she demanded. "It's the truth." "You are a half-blood child of one of thy 12 Olympians," said Zoe Nightshade. Percy realized the way she spoke, she sounded like she was from another time. "An Olympian?" Nico asked. "You mean like an athlete?" "No," said Zoe. "The Greek gods." "Cool," Nico said. "So does Zeus really have lightning bolts that do 600 damage? Did he get extra movement points for—" "Nico, stop! And no, this is not cool," Bianca said. "This isn't a game, okay? Those gods aren't real. These people are crazy." As much as Percy could only think about saving Annabeth, he couldn't help feeling sorry for these kids. He still remembered how it was like when he learned he himself was a demigod, but he couldn't recall taking it this hard. Then Thalia walked up to Bianca. Look, Bianca, I know it's hard to believe, but you have to trust us. The gods are real, and whenever they have kids with regular humans, kids like us, well, our lives are dangerous. Like the girl who fell? Bianca asked. Thalia turned away. Even Artemis looked pained. Do not despair for Annabeth, the goddess said. She's quite the brave maiden. If she can be found, I shall find her. Then why didn't you let me save her? Percy complained. Because she was already gone. Can't you sense it? Some form of magic is at work. I do not know how exactly or why, but your friend has vanished. Percy was still desperate to jump down there and search for her, but he knew Artemis had a point. If Annabeth was down there in the sea, he would have been able to feel her presence. Annabeth was long gone. But what about the Manticore? Nico asked. Is he dead? Hopefully he is destroyed for now, Artemis said, but the monsters never stay dead. They reform over and over again. Bianca thought for a second. That explains... Nico, you remember last summer? Those guys who attacked us in D.C.? And the bus driver? Nico said. The one with the ram horns? I told you he was real. That's why Grover's been watching you, said Percy. To keep you safe, if you turn out to be half-bloods. You're a demigod too? Bianca asked Grover. Well, no, a satyr, actually, he said. Then he pulled off his jeans and displayed his goat legs. To tell by their faces, they looked like they were going to faint. Grover, put your pants back on, Thalia said. You're freaking them out. What? They're clean, he said. Look, Bianca, said Percy, you and Nico need training. Dr. Thorne won't be the last monster you'll ever run into. Which is why we've come to take you guys to camp. Camp? She asked. Camp Half-Blood, said Percy. A special camp for kids like us, where we're trained to fight monsters and learn to survive, where our kind can be safe. You can join us. You can stay there year-round if you like. Cool, said Nico. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Wait a minute, Bianca said, shaking her head. I'm not sure if... Well, there is one other option, Zoe said. No, there isn't, Thalia said. She and Zoe glared at each other. Percy didn't know what they were talking about, but he could tell it was bad history between them. For whatever reason, they acted like they seriously hated each other. We've burdened these children enough, Artemis announced. We'll rest here for a few hours. Let's raise the tents and treat the wounded. And Zoe, please retrieve our guests' belongings from the school. Yes, my lady, Zoe said. And Bianca, Artemis said, if you could come with me, please. What about me? Nico asked. Perhaps you can show Grover that card game of yours, Artemis said. I'm sure he would be happy to entertain you for a while. Perhaps as a favor to me? You bet, Grover said. So Grover took Nico while the hunters left Percy and Thalia in the dust. The nerve of those hunters, Thalia said, in frustration. They think they're so... Gah! I'm with you, said Percy. I don't trust... You're with me? Thalia said to him furiously. What were you thinking back there in the gym, Percy? You take Thorne all by yourself when you knew he was a monster? If we just stayed together, we could have taken him without the hunters getting involved, and Annabeth might still be here. Did you even think about that? Percy thought of some harsh replies to give Thalia, but then he noticed something navy blue in the snow near his foot. Annabeth's baseball cap. As he picked it up, Thalia wiped a tear from her eye and just marched away. Grover came back and helped Percy with his wounds. Within seconds, Percy's arm was healed thanks to some ambrosia, which was kind of like a magic medicine for demigods. They watched as Nico laid out a bunch of figurines and cards on the ground. The figures all looked like the Greek gods and heroes, some of which Percy recognized. There was Zeus with a lightning bolt, Ares with a spear, Apollo with the sun chariot, and lots of others. Nice collection, Percy said to Nico. I almost got all of them, Nico said. Plus they're holographic cards, except for a few really rare ones. I've only had them for a year. Before that I had... He paused. I can't remember. Say, can I see that cool sword you were using? So Percy showed him Riptide and explained how it turned from a pen to a sword by uncapping it. Cool, said Nico. Does it ever run out of ink? Oh, well, I never really use it to write with since it changes when uncapping it, said Percy. So you're really a son of Poseidon? Nico asked. Yeah, said Percy. Then Nico went on asking questions, some of which actually bothered Percy. Questions like, can you surf better than anybody? Can you talk to fish? Can Thalia beat you in a fight every time since she's a daughter of Zeus? If Annabeth was a daughter of the wisdom goddess, why did she hang on to the monster when they fell? Is Annabeth your girlfriend? Anger started building up in Percy so much he felt like throwing Nico over the cliff, but he held back. Then Zoe Nightshade appeared next to him. Percy Jackson, she said, Lady Artemis wishes to speak with thee. So he let her lead him into the middle tent where Artemis was still talking with Bianca. Come in, Percy Jackson, the goddess said. So he sat across from her on the floor. As the goddess studied him, Percy realized for such a young girl, Artemis's eyes look really old. Are you surprised by my age? She asked, as if reading his mind. A little, Percy admitted. As you may know, we gods can take whatever form we desire, she said. I could appear as a grown woman, or even a blazing fire, or anything else I want. With less than a single thought, I could change my face any way I can imagine, but this is what I prefer. This is the average age of my hunters, and all young maidens for whom I am patroned for before they go astray. Astray? Percy asked. Yes, grow up, become silly, preoccupied, insecure, become smitten with men. Oh, said Percy. Zoe sat down at Artemis's right, and she glared at Percy as if all that Artemis said was his fault, like he invented the idea of being a guy. Oh, and you must forgive my hunters if they do not welcome you, Percy, said Artemis. It is very rare we would invite males in our camps. Usually boys are forbidden to have any contact with the hunters. But at any rate, I've asked you here because Bianca has told me some of the disturbing things the monster had said, but she may not have understood everything, so I was hoping you could tell me more. When he told her Thorn's every last word, the goddess froze. How could I not have seen the signs? She asked herself. I must go after this monster myself, alone. My lady, Zoe said. No, Zoe, Artemis said. This is too dangerous, even for the hunters. As you wish, my lady, Zoe said. I shall find this creature, Artemis said, and bring it to Olympus by the winter solstice. It will be all the proof to convince the gods exactly how much danger we are in. And before I go, I have one small task for you, Percy Jackson. I would like you to lead the hunters back with you to Camp Half-Blood, where they can be safe until I return. What? Zoe blurted out. But, my lady, please, we hate that place. The last time we stayed there... I know, the goddess said. But I'm sure Dionysus will not hold a grudge just because of a little misunderstanding. After all, you and the others have every right to use Cabin 8 when you are in need of it, and if it makes it any better, I hear they rebuilt the cabins you burned down. And now only one last decision to make. Have you made up your mind, my dear girl? She said, turning to Bianca. Bianca hesitated. I'm still thinking about it. Thinking about what? Percy asked. They've invited me to join the hunt, Bianca told him. What? But why? Why would you want that? Percy asked her. Bianca, you need training. Plus the camp could be fun with all the Pegasi and the sword fighting and the arena and the games. What do you hope to find in joining the hunters? To begin with, immortality, Zoe said. You're kidding, right? Percy asked. Oh, Zoe does not kid, Artemis said. Once a maiden is offered to join the hunt and they swear loyalty to me, they are indeed immortal. Unless, of course, they fall in battle, which is unlikely, or break their oath to forswear romantic love forever, never to grow up or ever get married, to remain a maiden eternally. Is that what you did? Percy asked. Yes, said the goddess. Percy couldn't imagine why or how anybody would decide to stay 12 forever and never have any relationships just to hunt stuff. So, you just go around the country recruiting half-bloods? He asked. Any female who honors the goddess may join. Half-bloods, nymphs, even mortal women sometimes who my lady may find worthy, Zoe mentioned. So, which one are you then? Percy asked. None of thy concern, boy, Zoe said. The point is, Bianca may join if she wishes. But what about your brother? Percy asked. I'm sorry, Percy, Bianca said, but I really want this. I really, really do. So what do I have to do? Bianca asked the goddess. Repeat after me, Zoe told her. I pledge myself to the goddess Artemis. I turn my back on the company of men. I accept eternal maidenhood and join the hunt. Bianca repeated the lines. Then Artemis said, I accept. Then the campfire seemed to glow a lot brighter. I feel stronger now, Bianca said. And do not despair, Percy Jackson, the goddess said. You will still get to show the D'Angelos the camp, and if Nico chooses, he can stay there. Okay, so any idea how we get there? Percy asked. Dawn is approaching, Artemis said, with her eyes closed. I shall summon a ride from my brother. Sure enough, it began to lit up outside. Everyone stepped out to find something silhouetted and flying in front of the sun. Percy had gotten used to some of the Greek myths being true, but thinking realistically, how could the sun god Apollo ride the sun on the earth? Look away for a minute, Artemis said. Wait until he parks. Parks? Percy thought. But he turned around anyway, just as the lights shined brighter, and then a second later, it just died. When everyone looked back, they saw a red sports car lying in front of them. It felt so warm now that there was green grass popping out of the snow. There was no need to ask why, just as it was obvious who the handsome driver was. Apollo, god of the sun and music, and Artemis's twin brother. He was dressed in jeans and a sleeveless white t-shirt and looked about 17. If it weren't for his playful smile and clean face, Percy probably would have almost mistaken him for his old enemy, Lucas Stellan. Whoa, Apollo is hot, Thalia said. Of course he is. He's the sun god, Percy said. Hey, what's up, little sis? Haven't seen you in a while, the sun god said to the moon goddess. I have some solo hunting to do, she said, so I need you to drop off these demigods and my companions to Camp Half-Blood. The sun god took a good look at all the demigods. Well, all right then, no problem, he said. We better load up then. Then he took out his car key and held the lock button. Then in a flash of light, the car was replaced by a shuttle bus. I really hate to switch it out of sports car mode. I really do, he said. Cool, Nico said. Thanks, kid, said Apollo. Hop in. Oh, and brother dear, Artemis chided, while I leave you with my hunters, you do not help them, you do not look at, talk to, or flirt with them, and you most certainly do not call them sweethearts. Oh, all right, sorry, sis, Apollo said. And where'd you say you were going? Hunting, and it's none of your business, Artemis said. Oh, I'll find out, all right. I see and know all, said Apollo. Just drop them off, please, and no messing around, said Artemis. Then she took one last look at all her hunters and the demigods. Then she said, I shall see you all by the winter solstice. Zoe, you are in charge of the hunters until I return. Do as well as I would. Yes, my lady, Zoe said. Artemis took a look at the ground, as if looking for tracks. So much danger. The beast must be found, she said. Then she sprinted towards the woods and disappeared into the shadows. So, who wants to drive? Apollo asked, holding up the key. Anyone? The hunters crammed into the far back, trying to stay as far away as possible from Apollo and the boys. Bianca sat with them, leaving her brother in front with Percy and his friends. That seemed kind of cold to Percy, but Nico didn't seem to mind. This is so cool, he said. But how does this work? I mean, I thought the sun was a big fiery ball of gas. I think that rumor started because my sister used to call me a big fiery ball of gas, Apollo chuckled. It really all depends on what you're talking about, kid. Either astronomy or philosophy. Interesting how mortals use sun power for a lot of requirements. This chariot is built out of many human dreams about the sun, kid. It's as old as Western civilization. It drives across the sky every day from east to west and lighting up all those puny little mortal lives. The chariot is a manifestation at the sun's power, the way mortals perceive it. Make sense, kid? No, Nico said. Well, just think of it as a really powerful, really dangerous solar car, Apollo said. Hey, can I drive? Nico asked. Nope, sorry, too young, said Apollo. He turned towards the back and looked at Thalia. Hey, how about you? As the daughter of the sky god, you might be perfect. Me? Oh, no, I couldn't, Thalia said. Oh, come on, Apollo insisted. How old are you again? Oh, I really don't know, Thalia said. It was sad but true. After all, she was magically brought back to life during the summer after dying 7 years ago. She was only 12 at the time, and she still looked 12, and still felt like 12 too. If you went by the regular time, she'd probably be about maybe 19. And if you looked at her, she seemed somewhere in between. Kyron could figure having to also turn into a tree once made her age slowly. You're 15, and you'll be 16 in a week, Apollo said, which means you're old enough now to drive with a learner's permit. A week? Thalia said. Of course! My birthday is on December 2nd. That's a week from now. But how did you know that? Hey, I'm the god of prophecy. I know stuff. Thalia felt really nervous now. Come on, don't sweat it, said Apollo. No one's even made any rules about needing a license to drive a sun chariot. And Maine to Long Island is a short trip when you're flying, and Zeus wouldn't blast his own daughter out of the sky. You'll be a natural. Then he pressed a button, which turned on a sign above them that read, Warning, Student Driver. Apollo was obviously not going to take no for an answer. Percy had to admit he did feel a little jealous. Thalia looked like she was going to be sick. What's wrong? He asked her. Nothing, she lied. She nervously pulled back on the wheel, which made the bus lurch upward a little too fast. Whoa, slow down there, said Apollo. Sorry, Thalia said. It took her a few times getting the controls right, and after a few times of shaking up and down. With the power of the sun chariot, Thalia managed to drive them to Camp Half-Blood in just minutes. She hit the brakes and managed to land the bus. In the lake. You see, I told you could do it, Apollo said, smiling. Now, let's go see if we boiled anyone important, shall we? Percy had never been to the camp during the winter time before, and still, he was surprised to see some part of it was covered in snow. From what he had been told about the camp's magic borders, it had a magic climate control which protected them from strong weather. It kept out rain, snow, lightning, or anything else. Strong weather would only enter the camp if the director, Mr. D, wanted it to. Wow, this place looks amazing, said Nico. Is that a rock climbing wall over there? And hey, is that lava coming out of it? Yeah, that makes it a little more of a challenge, said Percy. Come on, I'll introduce you to Chiron. You could tell Chiron we'll be in cabin 8, Zoe said. Let's go, hunters. Before Bianca followed them, she leaned over and whispered something in her brother's ear. She looked at him for an answer, but Nico just turned away. Percy could figure she had just broken the news to him right there. Take care, sweethearts, Apollo called after the hunters. Later, Thalia, he called, and be good. He gave her a wicked smile, as if he knew something she didn't. And Percy, watch out for those prophecies now, and I'll see you soon. What? Wait, what do you mean? He asked. Instead of answering, he hopped back into the sun chariot and took off in a blast. The second surprising thing about the camp was how empty it looked. Of course, campers only trained during the summer, so it was mainly a summer camp, but there was still some kids who stayed all year round. Ones who didn't have any homes or family to go to, or maybe because monsters would sniff them out easier than other campers, or even if they had bad relationships with their families. Today, there was hardly any. There was Selena Beauregard from the Aphrodite cabin, Charles Beckendorf from the Hephaestus cabin, and the Stoll brothers, Travis and Connor, from the Hermes cabin. If there was anyone else, there were just a few campers from the Ares cabin, and that was about it. Not even the camp bully, Clarice LaRue, seemed to be around. Inside the blue house, the camp director, Mr. D, aka Dionysus, the wine god, long story, was playing cards with the activities director, Chiron, as usual in the parlor. And yes, the same Chiron from the stories. He was a centaur with white fur, but now he was in that familiar wheelchair form Percy had first seen him in back before he learned who he really was. He usually wore a suit, but for the winter he wore a sweater and a blanket that covered his fake legs. Percy, Thalia, he said, smiling. Oh, and this must be... Nico D'Angelo, said Percy, and his sister Bianca is outside. Ah, so you succeeded then? Chiron asked. Well... Then his smile melted. What's wrong? And where's Annabeth? Oh dear, not another one lost, said Mr. D. Just then, Grover trotted into the room, grinning like crazy. He had a black eye and red lines on his face like slap marks. The hunters are almost in, he said. I see we have a lot to talk about, Chiron said. Grover, why don't you take Nico and show him our orientation film? Oh, yeah, sure, Grover said. Come on, Nico. When they left, Percy and Thalia did their best to explain to them what happened at the school. Of course, knowing them, it wouldn't be the first time a situation had happened right before leaving a school. Then Chiron looked at Mr. D and said, We should launch a search for Annabeth immediately. I'll go, Percy and Thalia said at the same time. Most certainly not, Mr. D said. From what you had told me, we have regrettably lost Annabelle. Annabeth! Percy snapped. Whatever, Mr. D said. Annabeth had been going to Camp Half-Blood since he was 7 years old. You would have thought he'd already gotten bored of pretending to get her name wrong. And you've recruited a small, annoying boy to replace her, he said. So I see no point in risking any further half-bloods on a ridiculous rescue. The possibility is very great that this Annie girl is dead. Percy wanted to strangle Mr. D so bad. It wasn't really fair that Zeus had put him here as camp director to punish him for 100 years for bad behavior, but it ended up being a punishment for all campers. Annabeth may be alive, Chiron said. She is very bright, and if her enemies have her, she will try to play for time. She may even pretend to cooperate. Yes, that's right. Luke would have wanted her alive, Thalia said. In which case, I'm afraid she will have to be smart enough to escape on her own, said Mr. D. You're glad to lose another camper, aren't you? Percy growled. You'd like it if we all disappeared. You have a point? Mr. D asked. Yeah, Percy growled. Just because you were sent here as a punishment doesn't mean you have to be a lazy jerk. This is your civilization too. Maybe the least you could do is try to help out a little, you big...
Percy,
Chiron said. Chiron's tone was full of warning, and deep down, Percy already knew Mr. D was not the right person to mess with. Even if you were an impulsive ADHD kid like Percy, he still wouldn't cut you any slack, but Percy was so angry he didn't care. Then Nico burst back into the room. This is so cool, he said in excitement. You're a centaur? He said, pointing to Chiron.
Well, yes, though I prefer to stay in human form in this wheelchair for first encounters,
Chiron told him. Then Nico pointed to Mr. D. And you're the wine dude? No way! Mr. D turned and gave him a look.
Yes, the wine dude.
Dionysus, right? Oh, wow. You know, everyone thinks you're the dumbest god, but I think your powers are cool. That little distraction might have saved Percy's life.
That's gratifying, Mr. D'Angelo.
Percy, Chiron said quickly, why don't you and Thalia do me a favor and go inform the campers we'll be playing Capture the Flag tomorrow evening? Capture the flag? He asked, but we don't have enough
It's traditional when the hunters visit. Now off you go, then.
Come on, Percy, Thalia said. She pulled him out of the house before Mr. D could remember that he wanted to kill Percy. You've already gotten Ares on your bad side, Percy, Thalia reminded him. Do you really need another immortal enemy? Percy did remember how he got into a fight with Ares, the war god, during his first quest a year and a half ago. And now, all of his children there at camp had hated Percy more than ever, so Thalia had a point. I'm sorry, he said. I couldn't help it. It's just so unfair. Everything's unfair, Percy, Thalia said. I mean, I first learned that Luke is lost and now Annabeth? Don't think like that, Percy said. We'll get her back. We'll find a way. I just don't know how yet. Yeah, you're probably right, said Thalia. By the way, Percy said, I'm sorry about what happened at Westover. I should have waited for you guys. It's okay. I probably would have done the same thing, Thalia said. And you know, you asked me about my mom before and I kind of snapped at you. It's just, I went back to find her after 7 years, and I found out she died in Los Angeles. Turns out she was a heavy drinker. I'm sorry, Percy said. Yeah, well, it's not like we were ever close. Is that why you felt nervous driving? Did it remind you of that? Percy asked. Yeah, I guess. Then he changed the subject. Hey, tell you what, you're a good fighter, so how about you be the team's captain tomorrow? You'll be great at that. Oh no, I'd rather not. You've been coming here longer, she said. How about co-captain? Oh, alright then. After they told the campers about the next day, Percy went off to the Poseidon cabin, where he slept, all alone. He put Annabeth's cap on his nightstand. He promised himself he'd give it to her once he would find her, just as he promised he would find her. Then Percy noticed something different in the room. A fountain in the back corner of the room, with a fish-shaped spout. Percy could guess it could have only come from his father. Thanks, Dad, he said, looking in the water. Then he noticed at the bottom was a pile of golden drachmas. Now he realized what it was for, to keep in touch with his family. Percy had already done this before. He pulled out one of the coins and said, "Oh, Iris, goddess of the rainbow, please accept my offering." Then he dropped the coin into the water again. The coin disappeared, and a rainbow was magically projected in the reflection. But then Percy couldn't think of who to contact first. His mom? That would have been the good son thing to do, but she was used to him making no contact with her for days. His dad? It had been about a year and a half since the only time they actually talked. Could he even send an iris message to a god? He never really tried, but would it make the other gods mad? Not worth the risk. Then he made up his mind. Show me Tyson at the Forges of the Cyclopes. The rainbow water magically revealed an image of Percy's half-brother. He was surrounded in fire, which wasn't a problem since he was a Cyclops. "Hey Tyson, over here!" Percy shouted. He turned, and his one enormous eye widened and broke into excitement.
Percy!
"How you doing, big guy? How's the job?" Percy asked.
I love it, Tyson said. Look, I made this. And I wrote my name on it.
"Awesome," Percy said. "Hey, listen, I was wondering, do you talk to Dad much?" Tyson's smile faded.
No, not much. Daddy's busy. He's worried about the war. Old sea spirits, Aegeus and Oceanus, are making trouble.
Percy knew what he was talking about. Immortals who ruled the oceans back in the days of the Titans before the Olympians took over. The fact that they were back now, with allies of the Titan Lord Kronos gaining strength, was not good.
Old sea spirits are protecting the bad boat, so we're arming the mermaids.
The bad boat? You mean Luke's boat, the Princess Andromeda? Percy asked.
Yes, Tyson said. They make it hard to find, and they protect it from Daddy's storms. Otherwise, he would smash it.
Yeah, that would help for sure, Percy said. The last time he saw Luke and his cruise ship, he'd been cruising along the East Coast recruiting half-bloods and training his monstrous army.
And now it's going far away to Panama Canal, Tyson said.
Why would Luke take his ship all the way down there? Percy thought to himself.
What about Annabeth? Tyson asked. Is she there?
Percy didn't have the heart to tell him the truth. He would start crying so bad he'd probably put out the fires. Tyson really liked Annabeth. He thought she was the coolest thing since peanut butter. Well, no, she's not here right now, Percy told him.
Tell her hello for me, please, Tyson asked. Hello, Annabeth.
Okay, I'll tell her, Percy said. Then Tyson heard a screaming deep voice in the distance.
Gotta get back to work, he said. Boss will get mad. Good luck, brother.
Okay, Percy said. Tell Dad. But the image faded before he could finish, and Tyson was gone, and Percy felt even more lonelier than ever. The usual pizzas, barbecue, and never-empty soda goblets at dinner were all excellent as always, but it felt pretty miserable that night. The table arrangements for the demigods were the same as the cabins. Each one sat at the table that represented their godly parent. So as the only other child of Poseidon, Percy had to sit alone, and as the only living child of Zeus, Thalia also had to sit alone. It would have been nice for them to sit together, but it was against the rules. Since no one knew who Nico's godly parent was yet, he stayed with the Hermes cabin until further notice. That was okay, because since Hermes was a god of traveling, he welcomed any demigod in his cabin until their real godly parent claimed them. And since Bianca joined the hunt now, she sat with Zoe and the hunters at the Artemis table. Which, by the way, like cabin 8, was empty when the hunters weren't visiting, because as an eternal maiden, Artemis never has kids. When they finished eating, Chiron made a toast to the gods and formally welcomed the hunters. Then he announced that they would be playing Capture the Flag the following night, and he received a lot of better reception than when Percy told them. Percy felt so exhausted he fell asleep easily, which was the good part. The bad part was that he had a nightmare. It was usual for him to have one whenever he was currently in a situation as big as preparing for a monster war, or when someone close to him had been taken from him. All he could see was Annabeth in a dark cavern which he could suspect was part of the underworld. "Dorn, where are you?" Annabeth screamed. "Why did you bring me here?" There was a noise behind her, and she turned around to see a body lying on the ground. It was Luke, but he looked like he was beaten up. "Annabeth, help me," he said painfully. "What happened?" she asked. "They left me here," Luke said. "Please, it's killing me." "Why should I trust you?" Annabeth asked, with her voice filled with hurt. "You shouldn't," Luke said. "I've been terrible to you, but if you don't help me, I'll die." Luke was the one leading the monster army, and he did try to kill Percy and Annabeth and their friends like 3 or 4 times already, so why should he deserve anything even from Annabeth? Then, part of the cavern started falling. Large pieces of rock fell right over them. Then, a huge boulder fell right on top of Annabeth. It should have been impossible for her, but she held up the giant rock. How was she doing that? "Help me hold it," she said to Luke. "I knew I could count on you," Luke said. "Help me," Annabeth pleaded. "Oh, don't worry," Luke said. "Your help is on the way. It's all part of the plan. In the meantime, try not to die." The stone ceiling began to crumble again, and then, the moment Annabeth was pushed to the ground, Percy woke up. There was no sound in the cabin, and it was still the middle of the night. It was only a dream, but Percy was sure of 2 things. Annabeth was in terrible danger, and as usual, Luke was responsible. Percy told Grover about the nightmare the next morning. Then, Grover said that Zoe mentioned she also had a dream the same night about Artemis being captured and wanted to leave camp to find her. "She looked really panicked," Grover said. But Chiron refused and reminded her that she and the hunters were supposed to stay here until they received orders from Artemis. And then she's like, "How are we to get orders from Artemis if Artemis is gone?" "Is that even possible with gods?" Percy asked. "Well, it happened to Persephone, the goddess of springtime, once." "But who could be powerful enough to kidnap Artemis, and why?" "I don't know. Kronos, maybe?" "No way, he can't be that powerful already," Percy said. "Can he? Can he?" Kronos had been defeated for thousands of years after the gods were able to chop him into little pieces and throw them down the pit to Tartarus. The first time they felt his spirit was 2 summers ago, when they saw the pit for themselves during their first quest, and Kronos' spirit almost tricked them into falling in. Then, just 6 months ago, on Luke's cruise ship, they saw Kronos' golden coffin, which contained a little bit of his remains. Luke said more and more of Kronos' remains were summoned from Tartarus to the coffin every time someone joined Luke. Kronos' spirit could influence people with dreams and trick them, which was one reason why Luke betrayed them. But if Kronos was still a pile of ashes, Percy thought, how could he physically overcome Artemis unless maybe if someone did it for him? But who? "I don't know," Grover said, "but I bet if there's a Titan around there's no way you can miss it. But still, it's weird that you and Zoe would have a nightmare on the same night. It's almost like we're connected," Percy said. That evening, it was time for Capture the Flag. Now, the way the teams work, it was usually Athena and Hermes versus Atheres and Aphrodite. But of course, since not too many of the campers were around and the hunters were visiting, it was camp, Havlet, verse, on. "Alright, heroes, now we all know the rules," Chiron announced. "Blue team, Camp Half-Blood takes the Westwoods.
Hunters of Artemis, white team, shall take the east. I will serve as referee and battlefield medic. The creek is the boundary line, and all magic items are allowed. No intentional maiming, please. Now, to your positions.
Okay, blue team, follow me, Thalia said. They set their flag on top of a big pile of boulders in the West Woods, which was called Zeus's Fist. Its 10-foot height made it more of a challenge because it was really hard to climb, but it didn't really matter as long as the flag was clearly visible like the rules said. Percy put Nico on guard duty with Beckendorf and the Stoll brothers, just hoping that Nico would be more safer and out of the way. Thalia asked Selena to take the left side as a decoy while she took the right. Anything to add, Percy? She asked. I'll just be roving. Just yell if you need help, he said. Then the horn was blown, and the game began. When both girls disappeared on either side, Percy went roving through the middle. In just a few minutes, Percy caught a glimpse of both of them running back on either side. Each one had a group of hunters right behind them. Now might have been the chance to get the flag. He ran in the directions the hunters came from, and soon the flag was in sight. He slammed down the only guard at the flag into the snow. At the last minute, he saw that the girl was Bianca. "Sorry," he said, after pulling the banner off the tree. Then a cord attached from a bow zipped across Percy's legs and he fell. But he got up and kept going as more arrows zoomed past him. He was 2 feet from the creek, but then Zoe appeared out of nowhere and slammed him out of his tracks. When he got up, he saw that the hunters were cheering for Zoe as she stood right at the creek with the blue flag, and Chiron appeared.
"The hunters win," he muttered, "for the 56th time in a row."
"Perseus Jackson, what were you thinking?" Thalia yelled. "I got the flag, Thalia," Percy said. "I saw my chance and I took it." Then, overlooking her shoulder, Percy's attention was caught by something in the woods, and he lost all his anger and concentration all at once. The Oracle mummy? Usually the Oracle just stayed up in the attic of the blue house, and Chiron said it never left the attic ever. But as everyone kept still while in shock, it kept walking until it was standing in the center of the group. Then, as the Oracle opened her mouth and green mist poured out, everyone heard her voice in their minds. "I am the spirit of Delphi, speaker of the prophecies of Phoebus Apollo, slayer of the mighty Python." She turned, and she looked straight at Zoe. "Approach, seeker, and ask." Zoe swallowed. "How do I help my lady Artemis?" she asked. "I shall go west to the goddess in chains. One shall be lost in a land without rain. The pain of Olympus shows the trail. Campers and hunters combined prevail. The Titan's curse must one withstand, and one shall perish by a parent's hand." The least the Oracle could have done was walk back up to the attic herself, but her body had once again gone silent. Percy and Grover were elected her carriers, probably because they were not the most popular. "Well, that was gross," Grover said afterwards. "So, what do you think Chiron will do?" Percy asked him. "I wish I knew," Grover said. "But I keep wondering about all those ancient powers that are waking up. Maybe not all of them are evil." "You mean like the great god Pan?" Percy asked. Percy felt kind of selfish all of a sudden because he totally forgot about Grover's life ambition. Pan, the nature god, had gone missing for 2,000 years, and more satyrs struggled searching for him for centuries ever since. and Grover was convinced he'd be the one to succeed, but this year, with Chiron putting all the satyrs on emergency duty to find half-bloods, Grover hadn't been able to continue his research. It must have been driving him nuts. "I've let the trail go cold," he said. "I feel restless, like I'm missing something really important. He's out there somewhere, I can just feel it." Percy wanted to encourage him, but he didn't know how. Then Thalia appeared and was now officially not talking to Percy, because she looked over at Grover and said to him, "Grover, tell Percy to get his butt downstairs. Mr. D's calling a council of cabin leaders to discuss the prophecy. And unfortunately, that includes Percy." The council was held around a ping-pong table in the rec room. Chiron, in wheelchair form, and Mr. D sat at one end of the table. Bianca, who had technically now become Zoe's personal assistant, sat with her at the other end. Percy, Thalia, and Grover sat on the right. And the other council members, Beckendorf, Selena, and the Stoll brothers, sat on the left. There would have been more members if they'd currently been at the camp, which, as before, some of them weren't. Zoe started off with complaining that a council was pointless, and she and the hunters wouldn't need help and should just go anyway. "It should only be 5 of us," Bianca said. "The prophecy said 5 shall go west to the goddess in chains." You're forgetting something as usual," Thalia said. "It said campers and hunters combined prevail, which could only mean we're supposed to do this together," Thalia explained. "No," Zoe said. "We huntresses don't need thy help." "Oh, for crying out loud, Zoe, how long has it been since you've heard anyone else say thy?" Thalia complained.
"I believe Thalia is right, Zoe," Chiron said. "You and the campers must cooperate." "Or do they?" said Mr. D. "One shall be lost and one shall perish. That sounds rather nasty, doesn't it? What if one fails because the other cooperates?" "Mr. D," Chiron sighed, "with all due respect, whose side are you on?" "Sorry, my dear centaur. Just trying to be helpful." "Look, I don't like this as much as anybody, but do you really want to fight against a prophecy, Zoe?" Thalia asked. "Today is Sunday. This very Friday, December 21st, is the winter solstice. And we need Artemis present on Olympus on the solstice," Zoe said. "If not, the gods will decide nothing." "I must agree with Zoe," said Chiron. "Artemis's presence at the Winter Council is critical. We have only a week to find her, and possibly even more important to locate the monsters she was hunting. Now we must decide who goes on the quest." 3 and 2, said Percy. 3 hunters and 2 campers. That should be more than fair. All eyes were now on him. Even Thalia forgot to ignore him. "Well, it does make sense," she said. Zoe grunted. "I would prefer to take the hunters." "Then you will be retracing the goddess's path," Chiron reminded her. "Moving quickly, no doubt Artemis tracked the scent of this rare monster, whatever it is, as she moved west. You will have to do the same. The prophecy was clear. The bane of Olympus shows the trail. What would your mistress say? Too many hunters would spoil the scent. A small group is best." "I have hunted at Lady Artemis's side for many years, yet I have no idea what this beast might be," Zoe said. "Sounds more like at least 2 of the 5 are gonna die rather than just 1, Connor Stoll said. "Yeah, the prophecy also said that 1 shall be lost in the land without rain," Beckendorf said. "If I were on that quest, I'd avoid the deserts." "It also said the Titan's curse 1 must withstand. What could that mean?" Selena asked. "And then it said 1 shall perish by a parent's hand," Grover said. "Which god would do that to their kid?" Percy looked over at Thalia and wondered if she was thinking the same thing he was. Years ago, Chiron had a prophecy about the next child of either Zeus, Poseidon, or Hades. It said that that kid would make a decision once he or she would turn 16.
a decision that would either save or destroy the gods forever. Because of that, the big three were so scared and so desperate to keep that from happening that they had taken an oath after World War II to never have children again. Unfortunately for them, Percy and Thalia had been born already, and now were both getting close to 16. Percy remembered talking about that with Annabeth during the summer. If they're so desperate to keep that from happening, why don't they just kill me? He asked Annabeth. Some of them are afraid of offending Poseidon, she said. If there were any half-bloods who needed to worry about that, it was Percy and Thalia. Would an Olympian parent really ever turn against their own child? Would it be easier just to let them die? There will be deaths, Chiron decided. That much we know. Oh, goody, Mr. D humored. Percy's right, 2 campers should go, Selena said. Oh, and I suppose you wish to volunteer? Zoe asked. Selena blushed. Don't look at me, I'm not going anywhere with the hunters. A daughter of Aphrodite wishes not to be looked at, Zoe scoffed. What would thy mother say? Hey, stop it, Beckendorf demanded. Look, why don't we start with deciding which hunters will go? I shall go, of course, Zoe said, and I will take Phoebe. She is our best tracker, and I wish to take Bianca as well. Me? Bianca said, nervously. But I'm so new, I wouldn't be any good. You will do fine, Zoe insisted. There is no better way to prove thyself. Percy remembered his first quest. He was Bianca's age, and he had felt a little honored maybe, but still pretty scared and totally unprepared. So he sort of knew how Bianca was feeling. And for campers? Chiron asked, looking towards Percy. Me, Grover said, standing up. Anything to help Artemis. I think not, Satyr, Zoe said. You are not even a half-blood. But he is a camper, Thalia said. And he's got good satyr senses and woodland magic. Grover, can you play a tracker song yet? Sure, he said. Oh, very well, Zoe said. And the second camper? I'll go, Thalia said. Hey, wait a minute, said Percy. I want to go too. Thalia said nothing, and Chiron was still studying Percy with now sad-looking eyes. Oh, Grover said. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot. Percy should go. He can have my place. He cannot go, Zoe said. He is a boy. I will not have the hunters traveling with a boy. You did travel with us here to camp, and Grover's a boy too, Percy reminded her. Those were the orders from the goddess, Zoe said, and he is a satyr. That does not count. Hey! I have to go. I need to be on this quest, Percy said. Why? Because of thy friend Annabeth? Zoe asked. Percy felt himself blushing. Everyone was definitely looking at him now. Well, no, he said. I mean, partly. I just feel like I should be part of this quest. No, Zoe said. I insist upon this. I will take a satyr if I must, but not a male hero. So be it, Chiron sighed. Thalia and Grover will accompany Zoe and Bianca and Phoebe. You shall leave at first sight. May the gods be with you. Percy didn't show up for dinner that night, which was a mistake because Grover and Chiron came looking for him. Percy, Grover said, I'm really sorry. I wasn't even thinking. I was so focused on helping Artemis, but I promise I'll look everywhere for Annabeth. If I can find her, I will. Grover, it's fine, Percy lied. Grover, Chiron said, perhaps you'd let me have a word with Percy. Oh, sure, he said. You see, nobody needs a goat, he said to Percy. Now, Percy, I don't pretend to understand prophecies. Yeah, well, Maybe that's because they don't make sense until they happen, Percy said.
Thalia would not have been my first choice to go on this quest, said Chiron. She is too sure of herself, too impetuous. She acts without thinking.
Would you have chosen me? Percy asked.
Frankly, no, said Chiron. You and Thalia are very much alike. The differences are that you are less sure of yourself. That could be a good or bad thing, but one thing I must say is that both of you together would be a dangerous thing.
We can handle it, Percy said.
The way you handled it at the creek tonight?
Chiron asked. Percy didn't answer, so it looked like Chiron nailed him.
Perhaps it is for the best, he said. You can go home to your mother for the holidays. If we need you, we can call you.
Yeah, I guess so, Percy said.
Then Chiron pulled out a golden drachma. Here, take this, he said. Use it to call your mother. Tell her you're coming home in the morning. And for what it's worth, I would have volunteered for this quest myself if not for the last line.
Percy kind of knew what he was referring to. One shall perish by a parent's hand. Percy learned that Kronos himself didn't care about anyone, not even his own children. And Percy had also learned that Chiron was one of Kronos' children too. Chiron, you do know what the Titan's curse is, don't you? Percy asked.
Let us just hope the prophecy does not mean what I think. Now good night, Percy, and your time will come. I am convinced of that. There is no need to rush.
The way he said your time made it sound like the way people did when they meant your death. Percy wasn't sure if he meant it that way, but he was too scared to ask. After Chiron left him alone, Percy stood at the fountain in the corner and holding up the coin, trying to figure out what to say to his mom. He wasn't in the mood to have one more adult tell him doing nothing was the greatest thing to do about the current situation, but he figured Mom deserved an update. Finally, he took a deep breath. Oh, Goddess, please accept my offering. He dropped the coin in the water, and a rainbow appeared. Show me Sally Jackson, Upper East Side, Manhattan. And there in the mist, he saw her sitting on the couch, laughing. But she wasn't alone. Sitting and laughing with her was a strange man. He seemed like in his late 30s and had salt and pepper hair, and was wearing a brown jacket. He looked like an actor to Percy.
Oh, Sal, you're so right, he said. Say, you mind if I use your bathroom for a second?
Down the hall, she said. As soon as the guy left, Percy called, Mom! She jumped when she heard him. Then she looked straight at him. Percy? Oh, honey, is everything okay? Mom, what are you doing? Percy demanded. She blinked. Homework? Then she seemed to understand the look on his face. Oh, honey, that's just Paul, Mr. Blowfish. He's in my writing seminar. Mr. Blowfish? Blowfish. He'll be back in a minute. Was there something you needed to tell me? Somehow she could always sense when something was wrong. He told her everything, mostly about Annabeth. Sally forced back cheers for Percy's sake. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. Yeah, Percy said, and since I can't help them, I guess I'll be coming home. Percy, as much as I'd love for you to come home and be safe, you must understand. You need to do whatever you believe you have to do. What do you mean? Percy asked. I mean, do you believe you should help save her, and that it's the right thing to do? 'Cause if anything's certain, it's that your heart is always in the right place. You're saying I should just go anyway? I'm saying you're getting too old for me to make your decisions for you. But I'll still support you, even if whatever you do is dangerous. A flushing sound came from down the hallway. Listen, Sally said. I don't have much time, but just remember, Percy, whatever you decide, I love you. And I know you'll make the right choice to help Annabeth, because she would do the same for you." The image started fading. Then she waved goodbye just as it completely disappeared. Percy didn't remember falling asleep, but he dreamed about Annabeth in the cavern again, still holding up the giant boulder.
"How is our mortal guest?"
A deep voice asked.
"She's fading," said Luke. "We must hurry."
Percy wondered why he would care about whatever happened to Annabeth, but not as much as he wondered whoever the man that Luke was talking to. Whoever he was, his voice was deep, and he was still in the shadows where he couldn't be seen, even by Annabeth. Then someone threw Artemis from out of the shadows with her hands locked in handcuffs.
"You heard the boy," the man said. "Now decide."
Why didn't Artemis just will the cuffs to disappear? Was it possible to make God-proof cuffs? Maybe it was this place. Then she looked at Annabeth with concern. "How dare you treat a maiden this way?" she said.
"She'll die soon, but you could save her,"
Luke said. "Free my hands. Let me take her burden," Artemis said. Luke raised up his sword, backbiter, and sliced her handcuffs. Artemis ran to Annabeth and took the burden from her shoulders. Annabeth collapsed on the ground, all weak and passed out, while Artemis now held up the giant rock.
"I knew you couldn't resist helping a poor, helpless maiden," the man said in the shadows. "Now you shall not get in my way again."
"You know nothing of mercy, you swine," Artemis said with anger.
"On that we can agree," the man said. "You may kill the girl now, Luke."
But then Luke hesitated. Then he tried to convince the man that Annabeth could be used as further bait. No doubt he was preferring to the ones who took the quest to help save Artemis. The man in the shadows agreed and said,
"Very well, then. She may be kept alive until the winter solstice. After that, if our sacrifices go as planned, her life will be meaningless, as well as all mortal lives."
"Yes, General," Luke said. Then he carried away Annabeth and left the goddess alone with the silhouetted man. The man stepped out of the shadows and right in front of Artemis. Percy still couldn't see his face in the dream. "You'll never find the monster you seek," said Artemis. "Your plan will fail."
"How such little you know, young goddess," the man said. "Even now your darling attendants begin their quest to find you. They shall play directly into my hands. Now if you'll excuse us, we have a long trip to make. We must greet your hunters and ensure the challenge in their quest."
His laugh felt so powerful it seemed to shake the cave and bring down the ceiling, and Percy woke up. The moment he was up, a rather hard banging sound came from the door, and it was still the middle of the night. Percy picked up Riptide, crept to the door, kicked it open, and there was a black Pegasus.
"Whoa, boss," said a voice inside Percy's head. "I don't want to be horse kebab."
Percy had seen horses talk to him telepathically before. It was an advantage from being Poseidon's kid, since Poseidon himself invented horses. "Blackjack, it's the middle of the night," Percy said, "and I told you, you don't have to call me boss."
"Whatever you say, boss."
Blackjack had been kidnapped by Luke during the summer, and even though Percy barely did anything to help free him, Blackjack respected Percy like he was supposed to be his royal servant. Then, some point after that, they met up again, and now he stayed at Camp Half-Blood with the other Pegasi. "Blackjack, you know you're supposed to stay in the stables."
"Stables? You see Kyron stay in the stables?"
"Well, no," said Percy, "not really."
"Anyway, a sea friend needs our help, again."
Percy turned and took a good long look at his cabin. Then he looked at Annabeth's cap. He wasn't sure, but he had the feeling he wasn't coming back to his cabin for a long, long time. Luckily, he was already dressed when he fell asleep, so he picked up the cap and hopped onto Blackjack. The sun wasn't up yet, but it wasn't all too dark to see. Blackjack hovered over the lake, and Percy jumped down into the icy water. As Poseidon's kid, Percy was a natural. He could breathe underwater and had no worries about the water pressure. He could even see perfectly in the water, even at night. It helped him to see 3 fish horses called hippocampi floating next to a boat on the ocean floor, about 30 or 40 feet deep. There was some kind of animal stuck in the wreckage Percy couldn't make out. He moved in closer and caught a better view of it. The animal was a cow? Literally, it was a baby cow with a fish's back end. It was pinned down by a large wooden beam, and it was going to be even harder because it was also tangled in a big fishing net. As soon as Percy pulled out his sword, the cow freaked out. "Whoa, calm down," said Percy. "I'm not going to hurt you, just let me cut the ropes." But it just kept shaking. Percy couldn't understand its thoughts. Maybe it only worked on horses. "Okay, calm down, I'm putting it away." Then he had an idea. He told the hippocampi to push the beam up with their heads and keep holding. Percy took his time, untangling the neck, section after section, and soon the cow was free. "It's okay, Bessie, you're free now," said Percy. He wasn't sure why, but he just decided it was a girl cow even though he didn't know for sure, and just decided Bessie was a good name for a cow. Bessie nuzzled at Percy and smiled at him with her big brown eyes. "Yeah, okay, nice cow," said Percy. Seconds later, he shot up to the surface and was back on the camp's beach. Percy couldn't believe it, and it wasn't the first time he'd done favors for sea creatures since he'd gotten used to his sea powers and gotten along with so many sea creatures at the camp. He could save a fish friend, but he couldn't help save his friends on the land. When he was just a few feet from his cabin, he saw someone crouching behind one of the other cabins halfway across. It was Nico. Percy still had Annabeth's cap safe and folded in his pocket, so he decided to use it to see what Nico was up to. He tiptoed over and stood right next to him. Nico was looking towards the Artemis cabin, watching some hunters chat. It was Zoe and Bianca. That was weird, since it was still so early that the sun still hadn't come up yet. He heard something about the Stoll brothers pulling a prank on Phoebe in a way that got her stuck in bed for weeks, which obviously meant she was out of the quest. "There's no time to choose another, even if the prophecy says 5, Zoe said. "We shall leave at first light. After all, it did say we would lose one." "In the land without rain," Bianca said. "It could be referring to the camp," Zoe suggested. "After all, strong weather does not enter this camp unless Dionysus allows it. Listen, Bianca, I don't want to risk sacrificing any more of our sisters, and I won't have another camper with us." "But your nightmare," Bianca said. "We'll find out soon enough. Now come, dawn is breaking." They went back inside their cabin, and Percy took off the cap and got Nico's attention. "Whoa! Where did you come from?" he asked. "I can turn invisible," Percy answered. "So how did you know your sister and Zoe were talking?" "They were walking by the Hermes cabin, and I couldn't sleep too well, so I followed them." "And you're thinking about following them on the quest," Percy guessed. "How did you know that?" Nico asked. "I'd probably do the same if it were my sister. But you can't. You'll get caught, Nico, and you're too young. And as before, you may see a lot more dangerous monsters besides the manticore later in life." "Yeah, maybe you're right," Nico said. "But maybe you could go for me." "Say what?" "You could turn invisible, so you can follow them without getting caught. You can keep an eye on my sister. I know you want to go. I won't tell anyone. Please? And please promise you'll keep my sister safe." "For something like this, that's a big thing to promise, Nico. Plus, she's got like 3 other people with her. Promise, Nico said. I can only promise I'll do my best, said Percy. But what about Kyron? I mean, he thinks I'll go home, but I can't just leave early. I'll make something up, Nico said. Now go on, and good luck. Percy put on his cap again and ran to Half-Blood Hill. The daylight was on its way, and he reached the hill right when the camp's van drove out of sight with the quest group. Percy knew it was crazy. He had nothing but the baseball cap, his sword, and the clothes he was wearing. He wasn't prepared. Then he heard the sound of large flapping wings.
If I had to guess, boss, I'd say you need a getaway horse. Interested?
Yeah, Percy answered. Let's fly. Percy could figure they would stop in Manhattan. He pulled Blackjack to a quick stop on the Chrysler building and watched as the van kept driving, and it was going pretty fast. Where could Argus be leaving them? Percy wondered.
Oh, Argus ain't driving, boss, Blackjack answered. That hunter girl with the silver crown thing is.
Zoe? Driving? Percy asked, surprised. Well, sure, she was immortal, so she might have been much older than she appeared, but she still looked like a kid. Percy wondered what would she do if a cop ever pulled her over. How or what would she explain? Did she even have a driver's license? Or a permit? Well then, let's go, Percy said. Blackjack was about to leap, but then he whinnied in alarm. Something was pulling them back. Percy looked down and saw vines? There were grapevines growing from out of the stone in the building and wrapping around Blackjack's legs to keep them from moving.
God alert, it's the white dude,
said Blackjack.
The next person or horse that calls me that again will end up in a bottle of Merlot,
Mr. D said. Mr. D? What do you want? Percy asked.
What do I want? Why, you really think the immortal, all-powerful, lazy jerk master of Kemp would not notice you leaving without permission?
Maybe.
I should throw you off this building and see how heroic you sound on the way down.
Why do you hate me anyway? What did I ever do to you?
You are a hero, my boy. I need no further reason.
I have to go on this quest. I have to help my friends. Of course, you'd never understand that.
Boss, said Blackjack, despite where we are and tied up, you might want to talk nice.
The van was getting further away now, and they knew it would be out of sight if they didn't catch up soon.
Have you ever heard of the story of Theseus and Ariadne?
Mr. D asked.
You see, like you, Ariadne liked helping others, and she once helped Theseus, who was also a son of Poseidon. So she gave him a really long string, and it helped him find his way out of the labyrinth. Then he awarded her with a proposal. And to her surprise, and as you people in modern times say, he dumped her. They sailed off to Athens, and halfway there, he abandoned her on a deserted island. I felt so sorry for her, I went to help her. I fell in love with her, and healed her broken heart, and made her my immortal bride. She still waits for me even now on Olympus. I shall go back for her once I'm done with this century-long punishment and this ridiculous cab directing.
Okay, so what's that got to do with me? Percy asked. And I thought you got grounded for chasing nymphs. Why would you do that if you were already married?
My point is, you heroes are all the same. You take what you want, use who you want, and then you betray everyone around you, just as Zoe Nightshade.
Why her? Percy asked. With a wave of his hand, the vines untied themselves around Blackjack.
Go on and follow your silly friends and find out for yourself.
Wait, you're just gonna let me go, just like that? Percy asked.
The prophecy says 5 heroes should be on the quest and 2 will die. Maybe I'll get lucky and you'll be one of them. But mark my words, son of Poseidon, live or die, you will prove no better than any of the other heroes.
With that, he snapped his fingers, and his image folded like a page, and he was gone. Percy couldn't believe it. If Mr. D had just let him go just like that, maybe he did believe he stood a chance.
Too close,
said Blackjack. Yeah, said Percy.
Hey, look, there's a donut shop down there, Blackjack said. Can we get something to go?
Maybe later, said Percy. Let's go. The van eventually stopped at a rest stop somewhere in Maryland, New Jersey. Blackjack tumbled out of the sky nearby and was trying to catch his breath. Just stay here, Percy told him. I'm going to scout for a bit.
Stay here. I can handle, Blackjack said.
Percy put on the cap and walked into the convenience store. It was kind of hard because he had to keep jumping out of people's way to avoid bumping into them. He thought he'd get himself some coffee or a hot chocolate or something. He could have just left the money on the counter. But before he could make a decision, the quest group walked in. Grover, are you sure? Thalia asked him. About 85%, Grover answered. And you did this with acorns? Bianca asked. It's a time-honored tracking spell, Grover said, and I'm pretty sure I did it right. DC is like 60 miles from here, Bianca said. Nico and we used to live there. Wow, that's strange, and I completely forgot about that. I dislike this, said Zoe. The prophecy says west, so we should go west. Oh, like your tracking skills are better? Thalia growled. You challenge me and my skills? You know nothing of being a hunter, you scullion. What the heck is that? Thalia asked. Hey, come on, you two, not again. Let's just go, Grover told them. Grover's right. DC is our best bet, said Bianca. Oh, very well. Let us keep moving, Zoe said. We're all gonna get arrested just from letting you drive, Thalia said. I look closer to 16 than you do. Perhaps, but I've been driving since automobiles were first invented, Zoe said. Now let us go. Minutes later, Percy continued riding Blackjack and following the group. As they kept going, Percy wondered how old was Zoe anyway. If the first automobiles were invented like early last century or so, and she was around before that, she must have been ancient. And what bad experience did she have with heroes that Mr. D mentioned earlier? As they got closer to Washington, D.C., Blackjack started lowering his altitude. Hey, you okay? Percy asked.
Oh, I'm fine, boss. I could take on a whole army.
To tell by the way he sounded in Percy's mind, he could tell he couldn't go much further. And he kind of felt guilty about putting him through this. He made him keep flying for half a day, halfway across the coast and non-stop. So Percy landed him next to the Washington Monument. He didn't want to find out if security around here could track Pegasi on the radar, even if they could rely on the mist. Fortunately, the van was just parked across the street right in front of the Air and Space Museum. Listen, Blackjack, Percy told him. I want you to go back and get some rest.
You sure, boss?
Yeah, I'll be fine. You've done enough, and thanks a ton.
A ton of hay, baby, Blackjack humored. That sounds good. Okay, but be careful, boss, 'cause I don't think they came here to meet anyone friendly.
Blackjack swooped into the air and disappeared into the sky. Percy looked back towards the Air and Space Building. Then he noticed a black sedan parked in front of the building next door. The driver was wearing shades, a black uniform, and had a gray buzz cut. Even with the shades on, Percy recognized right away who he was. Dr. Thorne. Percy watched as he just stood there watching the quest group walk into the Air and Space Museum. After they were all inside, Thorn headed into the building next door, and Percy put on the invisibility cap and followed him. Seconds later, after they were inside, Thorn was about to pass through double doors with 2 guards between them. Percy had to sprint through right before they shut. Thorn had led him into a barely lit room with, for some reason, a pile of dirt in the middle. And right above them was a balcony. 2 mortal guards stood on either side. In the middle of the balcony, between 2 Drachni women, was a man whose face Percy couldn't see only because the shadows were hiding him as he sat down on a golden chair. Standing near him was Luke. "How many?" the man said with a deep voice. Percy was shocked. It was that same man in the shadows from his dream. "4 of them," Thorn answered. "Grover Underwood the satyr, the girl in black, and 2 of the hunters. One of them was Zoe Nightshade."
Do not mention that name to me,
the man in the shadows growled. "Yes, sir. Sorry, sir," Thorn said. Thorn kind of sounded like the man really scared him. That was especially weird for a monster. Then it just occurred to Percy that if Thorn were here now and alive, maybe his nightmares were true and Annabeth was alive too. And if so, where was she?
"I should throw you down into Tartarus for this, Thorn,"
the shadowed man growled.
"I sent you to bring me back the child of one of the elder gods, and you come back with a scrawny and lousy child of Athena? Get out of my sight!"
Percy expected Thorn to go ballistic with the needles again, but instead, he just left the room. "Let me take them, General," Luke said.
"Patience, my boy," the man said. "You'll have your chance soon enough. Our guests should be occupied right about now, thanks to a friend. Now it's time to prepare the army."
He pointed to one of the soldiers who held a small box.
"Guard, do you have the teeth?"
"Yes, General," said the man with the box.
"Good," the general said. "Plant them, now."
The guard walked up to the pile of dirt, opened the box, pulled out some small sharp teeth, and stuck them underneath the dirt. Then he picked up a watering can, and outpoured some red liquid which Percy could guess was not fruit punch. Or ketchup. Then the soil started bubbling.
"Soon, Luke, we shall raise an army that will make your followers on that boat of yours look insignificant," the general said. "Behold my ultimate killing machines!"
Then from out of the dirt came an orange kitten. Meow.
"What is this?" the general roared. "A cute little kitten? Where did you find those teeth?"
The guard was shaking. "From the saber-toothed tiger exhibit, sir," he said.
"You idiot!" roared the general. "I said the Tyrannosaurus exhibit! Get rid of that thing and don't let me see your face again!"
He pointed to another guard.
"You! Get me the right teeth! Now!"
"You see," Luke said, "this is why I don't bother with mortals. They're all idiots."
"They are easily bought and violent. That is why I love them," the general said.
Then the other guard came back with big dinosaur teeth.
"I'll do it myself this time,"
said the general. He stood up from his chair, and Percy could see his face now. The man had tan skin, eyes like stone, dark hair, and a matching suit, and he was really tall. He jumped down from the balcony to the ground floor, making a booming sound under his feet. Then he swiped the teeth from the guards, stuck them in the dirt, and took the watering can.
"Those foolish mortals can't even tell whether they have dinosaur teeth or dragon teeth in their hands, especially when it's the dragon teeth of Cerberus." "Toss me the fabric," he said to one of the snake ladies. She tossed him a piece of shiny white fabric which Percy could guess was like the kind the hunters wore. "As soon as my soldiers have their scent, there will be no escape."
Then, crawling from out of the dirt, appeared undead skeletons. Now Percy understood perfectly what was going on. The general needed monsters to control to hunt down the quest group, and that white fabric would help the skeletons to recognize their scent, if they had enough life in them to still be able to smell things, that is. Percy had to get that fabric before it was too late. Then one of them looked in Percy's direction, and Percy knew right away no magic item could hide him. He didn't have time to think. He just plowed through the skeletons and swiped the white fabric from the general's hand.
What? He said. What's this? An intruder cloaked in the darkness? Seal the doors!
It's Percy Jackson! It's gotta be! Luke said. Percy made it through the doors right before they slammed shut. Then Percy realized part of one of his sleeves were ripped off. Oh no! The skeleton that saw him must have yanked it at him while he was running. Now they had his scent. He had to find his friends and get out of there. He ran back to the Air and Space Museum. Fortunately, there weren't too many people. Hopefully the mist would keep them from noticing if anything happened. Percy didn't know how much time he had before the skeleton warriors arrived, so he had to be fast. As he ran up the stairs, he kept looking back towards the front entrance, but then, bonk, he crashed into Thalia. Percy! Grover shouted in excitement. You? How dare you show thy face here? Zoe said. Oh no, you shouldn't be here. This is bad, Grover said. Percy tried to catch his breath, and he told them what happened, about Thorn, Luke, the skeletons, and the general. And the general said he sent a friend over here to find you guys. Someone, maybe a monster, Percy said. Grover and Thalia exchanged looks. Then Grover said, Artemis's trail led us here. I'm guessing she stopped by to find the mystery monster, but there's nothing here. Well, it can't really be the general, Zoe said. You were probably just seeing an illusion. I'm pretty sure illusions don't shake the ground, said Percy. Well, if skeleton warriors are here, we must leave now, Zoe said. Good idea, said Percy. I was not including thee, boy, Zoe said. You are not part of this quest. Hey, I'm trying to save your lives, said Percy. You shouldn't have come, Percy, Thalia said, but you're here now. Come on, let's get back to the van. That is not thy decision, Zoe complained. Look, you're not the boss here, Zoe, okay? I don't care how old you really are, Thalia said. You never really had the wisdom when it came to boys, Zoe said. You could never leave them behind. Thalia looked like she was going to hit Zoe, but then a huge roar echoed throughout the building and everyone froze. Coming up the stairs was a ginormous lion. It's the Nemean lion, cried Thalia. Keep it distracted. I'll find a way to kill it, Zoe said. She and Bianca jumped over the balcony and landed on the Apollo capsule. They fired some arrows, but they kept bouncing off the monster's surface without a scratch, as if every inch of it was made of steel. Grover got its attention with loud tweets from his reed pipes. When the lion turned back, Thalia appeared with her Aegis shield. Before anybody else could make another move, Percy jumped between them and struck at the monster's face. The blade clanged against its fur with a burst of sparks, but like the arrows, no scratch left behind. Percy wasn't even sure what he was thinking, but he just hated to see that thing hurt his friends. The lion swung its paw and missed Percy by that much. He backed up the stairs and the lion slowly crawled after him. Then it prepared itself to charge again, and Percy could only think of one thing. He jumped over the railing and landed on top of one of the flying vehicles hanging from the ceiling. The lion was still up on the balcony, now looking over the railing at Percy. Percy got a good look at the inside of its large pink mouth. Then he got an idea. Zoe, the mouth, he called. There's no armor in its mouth. Target the mouth. But then the lion jumped over the railing and landed on the same exhibit. The lion must have been really heavy because only then did one of the cords snap and the plane fell to the ground floor. There's no clear shot, Zoe said. Try making it open its mouth longer. Dahlia, keep it occupied, Percy said. Then he ran for the gift shop. He remembered coming here with his mom when he was little. He'd gotten some freeze-dried food from the gift shop, the kind of food that astronauts eat in space. When he got there, he took a whole armful. When he ran back to the fight, the hunters still had no luck. The lion seemed pretty smart to keep its mouth shut. Percy, any time now? Dahlia shouted. Hey! Percy shouted. The lion looked in Percy's direction, and the next thing it knew, a freeze-dried pack rocketed into its mouth. Its eyes widened, and it gagged like a cat with a hairball. On the trip with his mom back when he was little, Percy had tried some freeze-dried food for himself, so he kind of knew how the lion felt. Astronaut food is not like regular food, at all. The lion managed to swallow the pack, then it stared back at Percy with pure hate. It made the mistake of roaring with its mouth wide open, and Percy threw in another pack, and another, and another, and some more. Now, Zoe! He shouted. The next thing the lion knew, it got shot with 6 arrows in its mouth. It fell to the ground, and the demigods won the round. The lion's body glowed and disappeared until there was nothing left but its golden fur coat. Then it shrunk down to normal size. Take it, Zoe said. It's a spoil of war. Why me? You killed it, said Percy. I believe thy ice cream sandwich did that, Zoe said. Fair is fair, Percy Jackson. Well, it wouldn't have been the first time Percy had taken part of a monster he killed. It was surprisingly light when he picked it up, and it was smooth and soft. Hard to believe it could stop a blade. Then it magically changed into a duster coat. Not really Percy's style, but he took it anyway. Then an alarm sounded, and tourists were running for the exit. We better leave, Grover said. The security guards won't stay confused for long. That's the least of our worries. Look, Zoe said, pointing to the building's glass walls. It's the skeleton warriors. You guys get out. I'll keep them busy, Percy said. No, Zoe said. You are a member of this quest now, Percy Jackson, and we'll leave no member behind. I dislike it, but there is no changing fate. They drove the van across the Potomac when they noticed a helicopter hovering above them, and Percy was sure it was the general's soldiers following them. They have mortal guards on their side. They know it's us. We have to ditch the van, he said. I'm still trying to figure out why mortals would agree to join them anyway. Honestly, if there is payment, mortals will do anything, Zoe said, and I doubt it would even matter to them if they knew the truth. As far as I know, they are much worse than the monsters. Look, Bianca said, pointing out the window. Zoe, quick, turn in there. We'll be trapped, Zoe said. Trust me, said Bianca. Zoe hit the gas, and the van shot across 2 lanes and into a small parking lot. They got out and followed Bianca over to a nearby subway entrance. They went down and bought tickets to go south. Oh boy, good idea with the subway, Bianca, Grover said in relief. Yeah, well, I don't know too much about this subway, she said. I mean, I only saw it last when Nico and I were here last summer. It wasn't here when we were little kids. Really? Dahlia asked. No subway at all? Are you sure? Bianca, Zoe said, just exactly how long ago... Her voice faltered, and they could hear the sound of the helicopter again. We better get off the next stop and switch trains, Percy said. Half an hour later, after switching trains twice, they lost the chopper. Where they had gotten off led them into a railway yard filled with freight trains. Maybe we should try to contact the camp, Bianca suggested. No, Zoe said. We must finish our quest ourselves. We cannot expect them to help us. You know, a strange voice said, you're never completely without friends. The voice belonged to a homeless guy nearby who was standing in front of a trash can fire. Need a train going west? He asked. Yeah, Percy said. Know of any? He pointed in the track's direction, and the kids saw a car carrier train. Its side said, Sun-West Line. Well, that's convenient, Thalia said. Thanks, mister. The homeless guy was gone, as if he vanished out of thin air, and the fire, too. An hour later, they were rumbling west. There was no need to worry about who drove now. They left that to the engineer. Zoe and Bianca crashed out in a sedan on the upper deck while Grover sat by himself in a sports car pretending to be a race car driver. Thalia hot-wired the radio in another car to hear some rock music, and Percy joined her. I'm liking your new coat, by the way, she said. Yeah, but the lion wasn't the monster we were looking for. Not even close, Percy said. But you do know where we have to go, right? Thalia asked. San Francisco. It's obvious, isn't it? The mist is really thick there. Why? Percy asked. Is it because the entrance to the underworld is there? No, because the Mountain of Despair is close by, she answered. You know, where the Titan magic comes from? Whatever's left of it is still strong. It really builds attraction to monsters. I never heard of that, said Percy. Well, just ask stupid Zoe. She's the expert, Thalia complained. She glared out the window, with her back facing Percy. He wanted to ask her what was wrong, but he didn't want to get her more angry, so he stayed quiet. He thought about the differences between Thalia and Zoe. Zoe kept acting all formal like a princess, while Thalia had sort of a rebel attitude, but both their toughness seemed kind of similar. Then it hit him. So that's why you don't get along with Zoe, he said. What? She asked. You were offered to join her in the hunt, weren't you? But you didn't. I almost joined them, she admitted. It was back when I was still running with Luke and Annabeth. Zoe tried to convince me, but... But? Percy asked. Well, I would have had to leave Luke, she answered. Oh, Percy said. She didn't take it too well. We got into a fight with each other. She called me stupid. She said I'd regret the choice and that Luke would eventually let me down. Well, that's harsh, said Percy. Hard to believe she was right. She was not right. Luke would never let me down. Never. Well, Percy said, just looking at the way he's been lately, I'll do whatever I can. Even if that means killing him? Percy asked. Do me a favor, she said. Get out of my car. Percy felt so bad for her he didn't argue. Then she got his attention again and said, Percy? When he looked back, her eyes were so teary-eyed he couldn't tell if it was anger or sadness. Annabeth wanted to join the hunters too. You should probably think about why. Before he could think of a reply, she slammed the door and shut him out. He made his way over to the car Grover was sleeping in and climbed in. Later, when the sun was setting, Percy thought of Annabeth. He tried to stay awake. He didn't want any more dreams about her being in danger. Oh, don't be afraid of the dreams, said a voice next to him. It was the same homeless guy from the railway yard, sitting in the shotgun seat. If it weren't for the dreams, I wouldn't know half of anything about the future. Wait, Apollo? Percy guessed. Shh, I'm incognito, he whispered. Call me Fred. A god named Fred. Zeus hates it when I'm interfering with a human's problems, whatever the danger level. But really, no one messes with my baby sister. So, are you gonna help us? Percy asked. I already am, he answered. Haven't you looked outside? Unfortunately, this train won't reach as far as you need to go, but it already has gotten you across a big chunk of America, at least. What about the mystery monster? Percy asked. Do you know what it is? Sorry. It's been clouded from me somehow. But if you don't find out once you've reached San Francisco, you could get some help from a man there named Nereus, the old man of the sea. He's got the gift of knowledge, some knowledge that's been obscured from our oracle. But it's your oracle, Percy said. Why can't you just tell me what the prophecy means? Meanings are only clear from the search. Spoilers defeat the purpose otherwise, he answered. Now I better get going. I doubt I can risk helping you again, but just remember what I said, Percy. Now you get some sleep, and when you get back from your quest, I expect a real good haiku about it. With that, the god snapped his fingers, and the next thing Percy knew, his eyes were shut. Percy dreamed he was somebody else, somebody who was wearing the lion's pelt as a cape, and was pulled along by a small girl through a grassy field at night. "Hurry, he'll find us. He's too strong," the girl said, sounding worried. "There's no need to be afraid, little one," Dream Percy said in a deep voice. "I have slayed every monster I have faced." "You don't understand. Layden is too strong," the girl said. Then they stopped behind a rose bush. Then the girl pulled a pin from out of her hair. "Here, take this. Make of it a weapon," she said. When Percy took the pin, it magically grew into a sword with a rather familiar grip on the hilt. "The sword is called Anaklusmos," the girl said. "It belonged to my mother, Philione, who was a child of the ocean. The current takes one by surprise," she continued, "and before you know it, you've been swept out to sea." Before he could thank her, there was a trampling sound nearby. "It's too late! He's here!" the girl shouted. Then Percy felt something nudging at his shoulder. "Percy! Percy, wake up!" It was just Grover. "Percy, it's morning. The train stopped." They climbed out of the cars, and Percy pulled out his pen. He thought about the sword in the dream. Anaklusmos. That was the Greek word for riptide. In the dream, it was a hairpin, but to tell by the feeling of the hilt, Percy was sure it was the exact same sword. And that girl in the dream, he never did get a clear look at her face in all that darkness. But he had the slightest idea that the girl was Zoe. As they walked down a road nearby, Percy mentioned to Grover about how Apollo told him to find Nereus in San Francisco. There was something else nudging in the back of Percy's mind that he still wouldn't talk about how the general would keep Annabeth alive until the winter solstice. That was Friday, and only 4 days away. Not too far from the train tracks was a small town called Cloudcroft in New Mexico. The good news was that there wasn't too many people around and there were some options for food. The bad news was that there were no options for a ride to get further where they needed to go. They were probably regretting that they ditched the van now. Grover spotted a coffee shop and Zoe followed him to get some food. Dahlia went down the street to see if there was anyone who could give them directions. Percy wondered if that was an excuse not to go anywhere with Zoe, or to get away from him, 'cause she was possibly still mad about the talk with Luke yesterday. That left Percy alone with Bianca, just waiting by the grocery store. This was the first time Percy had been completely alone with Bianca, and it felt kind of strange, especially now that she had become a hunter. Percy was never comfortable talking one-on-one with girls, but the silence was getting weird now, so he made conversation. "So, you like being a hunter so far?" he asked her. "You're not still mad at me for joining, are you?" she asked him. "Nah, just as long as, you're happy," Percy said. "I'm not sure if happy is the right word with Artemis gone," she said. "But I feel much calmer now, and it feels like everything's slowing down. I wonder if that's the immortality." Percy realized she had a point. Years from now, she would still look as young as she was the night Artemis blessed her, and wouldn't age another second. Who knows? Maybe long after Percy already lived his life, she'd still be around hunting monsters and helping other demigods, and she would still look as young as she did today. She would always look 12, and she would never die unless something or someone had successfully killed her. Nico didn't really understand when I told him, she said. He'll be all right. The camp takes in plenty of kids, Percy said. They did that for Annabeth when she was only 7. I hope we find her, Bianca said. She's lucky to have a friend like you. Yeah, sure, a lot of good it did her, Percy complained. Don't blame yourself, Percy. That was seriously brave of you to try to save us at the school. If we hadn't met, I wouldn't have felt okay about leaving Nico at the camp. I figured if there were people like you there, Nico would be fine. You're a really good guy, Percy. Even though I knocked you down during the camp game? Percy asked. Okay, except for that part, she giggled. Percy realized it felt easy talking to Bianca, and he liked it. Much better than talking with stupid Zoe, anyway. So, where did you guys go to school before, anyway? Like, before Westover, he asked. She explained that they were in a boarding school in D.C., which she couldn't remember the name of, and a lawyer would check on them every once in a while. She also said that she was told her parents were dead, and she and Nico never knew either of them. Then, they stayed in a hotel for a few weeks, and then a new lawyer came and brought them to Maine, and that's when she and Nico went to Westover. That was a really strange story to Percy, but then again, every demigod story is strange. I just wanted the chance to know what it was like not to be a big sister 24 hours a day, she continued. I know it's selfish, but that's really why I joined the hunt. Percy could relate to that, considering the fact that he had discovered he had a Cyclops for a brother during the summer. So, what were you guys talking about before? Percy asked. The night you left, that is, with you and Zoe in front of your cabin. How did you... She was cut short when Zoe and Grover came back with pastries and drinks. That might have saved Percy's butt just for now. Grover gave Percy his muffin while he chewed on the wrapper. The muffin was so good, Percy easily ignored the look Bianca was giving him. We should try the tracking spell again, Zoe said. Grover, do you have any acorns left? I think so, Grover said. I just need to... Then the pictures of the birds on their coffee cups sprang to life and flew off the cups. Grover passed out and collapsed on the ground. Hey, what's wrong with Grover? Thalia asked. Don't know, Percy said. He just collapsed after the picture on his coffee cup came to life. Grover wasn't completely out, but he sort of lost his mind. We better get out of here, Thalia said. That's when the skeleton warriors appeared on either side. This time, they were carrying handguns. The kids brought out their weapons, though they weren't sure how they'd be any good against guns, but they had to try. Percy realized there were only 4 skeletons, so where was the 5th? Then, one of them pulled out a radio and made a clicking, chattering noise with his teeth. He must have been informing the leader, and soon the general would have a trace on them. It's near, the gift from the wild, Grover muttered. We should take them one-on-one, Thalia said. There's 4 of us and 4 of them, not counting Grover. Hopefully this way they'll just ignore him since he's down. Agreed, Zoe said. Gosh, that's a new one. Zoe shot some arrows and Thalia threw her spear, but they all just flew right through the skeletons like they were ghosts. Percy raised up his sword and charged. As the skeleton pulled the trigger and the first bullet fired, time seemed to slow down, and Percy could feel the bullet's path like the current of the sea. He dodged the bullet, separated the skeleton from his legs, and kicked the gun away. Then, without warning from behind, bang, boom! Percy was shot in the back twice. Percy! Thalia cried. But Percy wasn't wounded. There wasn't a single scratch. It was the coat. It still had the Nemean lion's invulnerability, and it saved him. As Grover hugged a tree, Bianca took out her hunting knife and stabbed another warrior right in the chest. Then it erupted into flames until it disintegrated into nothing. "How did you do that?" Zoe asked. "I don't know, a lucky stab." Grover finally snapped out of his trance. "The gift! It's here!" he said. Then, from down the street, came a big, scary, brown, bad, ugly, snotty, squealing warthog. It ran down the road and whipped the remaining skeleton warriors off their feet and sending them miles away. "It's the Aramanthian boar!" Zoe yelled. "It's the gift, a blessing from the wild!" Grover shouted. The boar turned towards Grover, but Percy pulled him out of the way right before he could get squashed. "Oh yeah, I feel blessed all right," Percy said. "It's trying to kill us. How is that a blessing?" Bianca asked. "It can't help itself. It's wild," Grover said. Then the boar went for Bianca, but she surprisingly jumped out of the way in time. Percy was pretty surprised to see how fast she really was. Then Thalia made the mistake of raising up the Aegis shield, and the boar squealed in outrage. It was probably more pissed off than freaked, because it got ready to squish her, but then Percy pushed her out of the way, and they ran for the woods. They ran down a train track, and the boar was right behind them. It seemed to have trouble running, and it did. Its hooves just weren't meant for snow. They kept running until minutes later they stood right on the edge of a trestle bridge which stood over a 70-foot-high gorge. "Quick, the shield!" Percy said. Together they slid down the hill on the Aegis shield like a snowboard. But the boar was still right behind them. Except the boar didn't have the same luck as they did, because then it tripped and started rolling down the hill like a barrel until it reached the bottom with a big poof. The two demigods stood there in front of the boar as it remained wedged in the snow. It didn't seem hurt, but it wasn't going anywhere. Then Grover and Zoe and Bianca appeared. "Now's our chance to use it," Zoe said. "For what?" Thalia asked irritably. "And how can we be sure this thing is a blessing?" "It's our ride west," Grover said. "You have any idea how fast this boar can travel?" "Fun," Percy said, "like pig cowboys." "We better get on quick," Grover said. "I sure wish there was more time to look around, but it's gone now." "What's gone?" Percy asked. Ignoring the question, Grover hopped on the boar's back, took out an apple, played his pipes, and the apple floated over the boar's nose. The boar went nuts trying to reach for it left and right. "Automatic steering. Good thinking, go boy," Thalia said. Percy looked over at Zoe. "You have any idea what he was talking about? This wild blessing?" "Of course," Zoe said. "Didn't you feel the breeze back there? It was the presence of the Lord of the Wild. The presence of Pan." Percy should have guessed that, due to the info that came from Grover. They kept on riding until the boar pulled to a stop next to a little oasis in the desert. "This is as far as he'll go," Grover said. "We better get off while he's kept busy." They all slid off, and immediately the boar ran back towards the east. Then they noticed not too far away was a big, endless pile of cars and other scrap metal. A junkyard? In the middle of nowhere? Anyway, Grover fished out 5 acorns, threw them in the sand, and the acorns magically arranged themselves in a pattern which didn't make much sense to the others. "They're representing us," Grover said. "And that little scrap of metal there next to him? That's trouble." "A monster?" Thalia asked. "Don't know. I don't smell anything," Grover said. "But the acorns never lie. I think it has something to do with that junkyard." They all decided they were too exhausted from today's challenges, so they decided to save the next one for the next day. Percy asked Grover about the presence of Pan back in Cloudcroft. "Do you really think it was him?" he asked. "I know it was him," Grover answered. It was the best lead any satyr's had in forever. I gotta go back to that coffee shop as soon as this quest is done. You know what I really want to know? Thalia asked. How did you make that skeleton burst into flames just from stabbing him, Bianca? I don't know, Bianca said. Monsters usually turn to dust when you kill them, right? Maybe that's what happens when you try to kill them when they're already dead. I don't think so, said Percy. I mean, I sliced one in half with my sword and it just laid there. Maybe it depends on where you hit it. Never mind that, Zoe said. We have to think about where the nearest city is from here. I do believe that would be Las Vegas. No, not there, Bianca panicked. Anywhere but there. Percy and Grover were thinking the same thing, but it looked like she beat them to it. She explained how she and Nico stayed in a hotel in Las Vegas for a while, though she couldn't remember much of what happened. Percy and Grover both had the slightest idea of what she was talking about. Bianca, was that hotel possibly called the Lotus Hotel and Casino? Percy asked. Yes, how did you know that? Grover and I were there about 2 years ago, Percy explained. We were on a quest with Annabeth and got stuck there along the way for 5 days. The place is designed to hypnotize people into never wanting to leave. It makes you unaware of how time in the world passes, like you're stuck in a single moment. No, that can't be, Bianca said. You said a new lawyer came and took you away from there, right? Percy asked. Who was it? What did he look like? I don't remember. I just don't. You said the subway in Washington didn't exist when you were younger, didn't you? Zoe asked. Well, yes, but... Do you know who the President of the United States of America is now? Zoe asked. Of course, Bianca said. It's Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Actually, it's George W. Bush, Thalia said. Trust me, I checked. I know, hard to believe there were 2 of them, right? Bianca, Franklin Roosevelt's days as president ended almost 70 years ago, Zoe said. That's not possible, Bianca said. I'm not that old. I can't be. Bianca, it's okay, Thalia said. The point is you and Nico are safe now. You got out. You still have a chance to live your life. But how did you guys even get out after being there for so long? Percy asked. We were only there for 5 days, and it wasn't exactly easy. I told you, a new lawyer came and just took us to Maine, Bianca said. But who? What did he look like? Percy asked. Before she could answer, a white limousine drove down the road and pulled to a stop right in front of them. When the door opened, Percy was shocked and disgraced to see that the chauffeur was his worst enemy next to Luke and Clarice LaRue combined. Ares, the war god. Ares, Percy growled. Ah, save your breath, punk, said the war god. My lady just wants to talk. Lady? Thalia asked. What lady? Who's in the car? None of your beeswax, little sis, Ares said. She only wants to see him. It'll only take him a few minutes. We will not leave him alone with thee, Zoe demanded. Seriously, what is it with you and thee? Thalia complained. No, guys, it's okay. I got this. I'll go, Percy said. They reluctantly lowered their weapons. You just mind your manners now, punk, Ares told Percy. She ain't as forgiving of rudeness as I am. When Percy stepped inside, his jaw dropped. The woman inside the limo might have been the most beautiful grown woman he would ever see, ever. She looked gorgeous. She looked perfect. She looked like the girl of his dreams. She looked like Annabeth. Only older and more mature looking and healthier too, and more fit. Hello, Percy, the woman said. It's great to finally meet you in person. I am Aphrodite, eldest of the Olympians and the goddess of love and beauty. All of a sudden, Percy was lost for words. Why, aren't you sweet? She said. Hold this, please. He held up a mirror and still drooling while the love goddess redid her lipstick, though Percy didn't see anything wrong with it. But then, as he kept his eyes on her, she seemed to change. Her face, her eyes, her hair color, and even the style of her hair had all changed. Percy thought she looked like an actress he used to have a crush on. Her face seemed to keep changing every time his thoughts changed. That could have only made sense with the love goddess. Basically, her appearance was concentrated by whatever a single person considered attractive. If you ever meet Aphrodite face to face, just picture the girl of your dreams, and that's what Aphrodite would look like to you. Of course, if you're a girl, just picture yourself 100 times more glamorous. Do you know why you've joined this quest, Percy? She asked. Only then did he snap out of it. Because Artemis has been captured. Oh, please. She would have to be breathtakingly beautiful to be worth kidnapping, don't you think? But she was chasing a monster, Percy said. A really bad monster, and we have to find it. Oh, Percy dear, that is why the others are on this quest. I'm preferring to you. His heart was pounding. He didn't want to answer. But it felt like those beautiful eyes were pulling his thoughts right out of his mouth. Annabeth's in trouble, he blurted out. Exactly, Aphrodite beamed. I have to help her, Percy said. I've been having these dreams. Ah, you even dream about her. That is so cute. What? Wait, no, that's not what I meant. I just... Shh. I'm on your side, Percy, she said. I'm the reason you're here after all. What? Do you think that little prank the Stoll brothers pulled on poor Phoebe with the poisoned shirt was an accident? Or running into Blackjack and getting help from him to sneak out of camp? You did that? Of course, Aphrodite said. I mean, really, how much more boring can a quest full of monsters get? But a quest for true love. Hey, wait, I never said... Shh. No need to say it, my dear. You do know she was close to joining the Hunters, don't you? Percy blushed. I wasn't sure. She was about to throw her life away. But you, my dear, you can save her from that. So romantic. Now look, she continued, you know what you're really here for. You have to survive this journey and save Annabeth. All you had to do is follow your heart. But I'm not sure where it's going, Percy said. My heart, I mean. Not knowing is only half the fun, she said. Exquisitely painful, isn't it? Not knowing for sure who you love or who truly loves you. You kids are so cute I could just cry. No, don't do that, Percy said. Aren't you just so sweet, she said. Well, I better let you go now, she continued. And please, do be careful in my husband's territory, Percy. He's a little fuzzy, even for his trinkets and trash. Then the door opened, and Ares pulled Percy out of the limo, and his private time with the love goddess was over. You're lucky we're being nice, punk, Ares said, 'cause if it were up to me... Then why have you waited to kill me? Percy asked. Love to, but word on Olympus is that you might start the biggest war in history, and I'd hate to mess that up. And Aphrodite looks at you like a soap opera star, and I'd hate to disappoint her. And don't worry, I still haven't forgotten my promise. One day soon, real soon, you'll remember the wrath of Ares. Until then, get lost. Percy was on his butt again, and the limo was gone. Only then did he realize he was in the middle of the nearby junkyard, but his friends already caught up to him. What did she want? Bianca asked him. He explained that the lady was Aphrodite and the junkyard was Hephaestus's junkyard. Also that she warned him not to take anything from there. The goddess of love would not make a special trip just to tell thee that, Zoe said, and she's led far too many heroes astray. For once, I can't believe I'm actually agreeing with Zoe, Thalia said. But she's right, Percy. You can't trust Aphrodite. So, any idea how we get out of here? Percy asked. That way is west, Zoe said. How can you tell? Percy asked. Just by looking for Ursa Mayer up there, of course, Zoe said. Ursa Mayer is in the north. Guys, Grover interrupted, is anybody else seeing this? He was pointing to a big pile of old weapons along with some modern stuff. So, this is like the junkyard of the gods, Thalia said. Junk? This stuff is delicious, Grover said, with his mouth full. And look, this hairpin is like Percy's sword, Bianca said. Guys, stop, leave it, Thalia said. Didn't you hear what Percy said? Besides, it's probably useless now, or maybe even cursed. So, they continued their way through the hills of junk, which seemed to go on forever. But they eventually made it to the other end of the junkyard, and where they saw another road in the distance. Oh, thank the Olympians, Zoe said. But at that moment, she must have spoken too soon. From behind them, something shook the ground, making the piles of junk tumble. Then from under the ground rose a giant metal figure the size of a skyscraper. Talos! Run! Grover said. They ran down the road as the metal giant kept stomping behind them. Zoe drew her bow, but her arrows kept breaking apart like little splinters on impact. As they kept going, Percy noticed something under one of the giant's feet. After a few more steps, he got a good look at it. A square hole with words on top that said, "For maintenance only." Crazy idea time, Percy thought. Keep it distracted, he told Bianca. I'll try to time it right. No, I'll go, Bianca said. What? No, you're new at this. You'll die. It's my fault. I took something from the junkyard, Bianca said. It's my responsibility. She held up a small figurine, almost like the ones Nico had. Here, give this to Nico. Tell him I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything. No, Percy cried. But she left him with the figure and ran for the giant's left foot. It came down right on top of her with a big boom. But the giant kept moving, and so did the demigods. He was about to pound down his sword, but then... Why was he hitting himself and doing the chicken dance? Bianca must have been messing around with the controls inside. Then it bumped into some power lines and shook from electrocution. Then... Timber! The robot was down and in pieces. Bianca! Percy shouted. They started searching through the wreckage, but no trace of Bianca. Zoe fell to her knees and started tearing up. Percy never thought she'd be the kind of person who'd be that emotional. Come on, he said. We'll find her. She's gotta be here. We just have to keep looking. No, Grover said. It's too late. Don't you see it? It happened just as the oracle said. One shall be lost in the land without rain. Holy son of Poseidon! How could Percy not have seen it? He had let Bianca become that one person. Now she was gone. Just gone. As the daylight rose, the kids walked back to the dump to see if they could possibly find a car that was hopefully in a condition that was good enough. Thank the Olympians, they found at least one truck that had a good engine and some gas. As they drove down the desert, Percy stared at the figurine that had cost Bianca's life. He still couldn't tell which god it resembled. How was he even going to explain it all to Nico, especially after he promised to keep her safe? He wanted to believe she was still out there somewhere, but he had the feeling that she was gone for good. "It should have been me," he said. "I should have gone inside the giant." "No!" Grover panicked. "Don't say that! I mean, Annabeth's gone, now Bianca. How do you think I could stand it if... He started sniffling. "Do you think anybody else would be my friend?" "Ah, Grover," Percy said. I'm okay," he said. But Percy could tell he was not okay. Minutes later, the truck ran out of gas. On top of that, the road was at a dead end. Just a few feet away was a canyon with a river in it. Luckily, there was a path leading all the way down to the bottom. They spotted a closed boat rental nearby, so they decided to borrow some boats. Hopefully, the owner would have accepted the drachmas they had left. "We must go upstream," Zoe said. That was the first time she'd spoken since the junkyard, and Percy was actually getting worried about her now. Thalia asked Percy if he could ride with Zoe, because she wasn't comfortable with Zoe still feeling bummed about Bianca. Percy agreed, and probably because Thalia acted more nicer and calmer than usual, and he remembered he liked her more when she wasn't yelling at him. When they got their boats in the water, 2 water nymphs, or naiads, appeared. Percy asked them if they could push them down the river, and so they did. "I hate naiads," Zoe said. One of the naiads didn't seem to like that. "She-devils!" Zoe growled. "Hey, whoa, don't, calm down. They're just playing," Percy said. "They've still never forgiven me," said Zoe. "For what?" Percy asked. "Oh, never mind. It was a long time ago." As they sped up the river, Percy started talking to Zoe about Bianca's death. "It wasn't your fault," he told her. "It was mine. I let her go." "No, Percy," she said. "The fault is mine because I pushed her into coming on this quest. I was too anxious. Just seeing she was a powerful half-blood and with such a kind heart, I thought she could have made the next great lieutenant." "But you're the lieutenant, aren't you?" Percy asked. "Plus, you're immortal." "Nothing lasts forever, Percy," she said. Without thinking about it, Percy showed her Riptide. "This was yours before, wasn't it?" Percy asked her. "How did I know that?" Zoe asked. "I had a dream about it before," Percy said. "You gave it to someone who used to wear the lion's belt. Who was it?" "It pains me to talk about this," Zoe said, "and I swore to never speak of his name again. But he's the one hero that every boy wants to be like." Percy decided not to ask. Then he looked at his pen, and for the first time he wondered if maybe it was cursed. Then he asked her, "Your mother was a water goddess, wasn't she?" "Yes, she was called Philione," she answered. "She was the mother of the Hesperides." "Surely you've heard how the story explains how there were 4 of them? Well, it's a lie. I was one of them. The story does not speak of me because I was exiled as if I never existed." "Why?" Percy asked. "Because just by helping that hero, I betrayed my family. That part cannot be heard in the stories either because you never spoke of me to anyone." "Damn!" Grover shouted. "The Hoover Dam!" And indeed, he was right. They were right at the doorstep to the biggest dam on the planet. "It's bigger than I remember," Thalia said. "You've been here before?" Percy asked her. "Once," she answered, "to see the Guardians. Annabeth would have loved this place." "I sure wish she were here," Percy said. "I remember the way she used to keep going on about the structure," Grover sniffled. "So annoying." "We should go up there," said Percy, "just for her sake." "You are mad," said Zoe. "But that's where the road is, so sightseeing it is." About an hour later, they found their way to the top. When they did, Grover caught the scent of monsters a few miles away, so they had to move on. "Let us at least find the damn snack bar first," Zoe said. We should eat while there's still food nearby. Grover giggled. Damn snack bar. And I could use the dam's bathroom after holding on for 3 straight days, Thalia added. When they started walking, a familiar sound caught Percy's attention. He hesitated, then turned and saw down below on the lakeside of the dam. It was Bessie, the cow serpent.
Moo.
But what didn't make sense was that she was in the East Coast before, and now she was here in the West Coast. There was no way she could have swam that far around. What you doing all the way out here, girl? Percy asked her. He still couldn't understand her cowish, but to tell by her movements, she wanted him to come with her. I can't, girl. My friends are inside waiting for me, he said. She gave him a sad look with those big brown eyes, then disappeared into the water. He had the feeling she was also trying to tell him something was wrong. When he turned, he had the slightest idea. The skeleton warriors were back! He ran for the visitor center, past the metal detector, and followed a crowd of tourists into an elevator, but he still didn't see his friends. We'll be going down 700 feet below the surface, said the tour guide. Excuse me, does this go to the snack bar? Percy asked the tour guide. The turbines, young man, she answered. Well, does it lead to any other way out of the dam? It's a dead end. The elevators are the only way in or out. All right, everyone, go right ahead, she told the tourists. Another park ranger should be waiting for you at the other end. Percy had no choice but to follow the tourist. Oh, and young man, the lady said, there's always a way out for those clever enough to find it. She stayed inside the elevator, and the doors closed. Only then did it just occur to Percy how startlingly gray the woman's eyes were. They almost reminded him of Annabeth. Percy had only realized what he'd done. He had dropped into a hole hundreds of feet below the surface. There was no way he could escape from down here. Then, the second elevator dinged, but Percy didn't stay long enough to see who it was. And the ranger lady was right. It was a dead end. Those elevators were the only way out, and Percy would have no choice but to fight his way out. So he carefully walked back to the elevators. When he got to the corner, he heard the sound of some footsteps. When it came closer, Percy jumped out of hiding and striked on a girl. But celestial bronze was completely harmless to humans, so it just passed clean right through with no piercing. The girl seemed about Percy's age. She wore a hoodie and pants with paint stains. She had red hair, and her eyes were sea green like Percy's. Oh my gosh, how did that not kill me? The girl exclaimed. You're mortal, Percy exclaimed. Well, what's that supposed to mean? Of course I'm mortal. Who are you, and how did you even get that sword past security? Sword? Percy asked. Well, what sword? This isn't a sword, it's a ballpoint pen, see? No, it's a sword, you weirdo. And why are you wearing a lion's fur on your back? Percy looked at his sleeve, but it still looked like part of the brown coat to him. So, who are you? Percy asked her. Rachel Elizabeth Dare, she said. Now, are you going to tell me what's going on, or should I yell for security? No, Percy said. I'm kind of in trouble. In a hurry. Or both. Bathroom! What? Get inside! Quick! Percy didn't know why, but he listened. But it still felt cowardly to leave a mortal out there to face monsters helplessly. He almost decided to leap out of hiding again until he heard her voice behind the door. He went that way, Rachel's voice said. Then the door opened. It's okay, they're gone now, Rachel said. You better get going. What were those things anyway? Zombies or something? Skeleton warriors, Percy told her. Actually, just forget about it. Forget about everything you just saw, okay? Me, them, the sword. For your own sake, just don't speak of this to anyone. But who are you? Rachel asked. Percy, gotta go, he said, running away without a proper goodbye. What kind of name is Percy Gotta Go? Minutes later, Percy was back on the surface and found the damp snack bar. His friends were just sitting there. Guys, we gotta leave now! But we just got our burgers, Dahlia said. He's right, there's no time, Zoe said. Look! Out the window, the skeletons were drawing in closer, and this time there were more than ever. Let's go before they get us trapped, Percy said. But when they ran outside, they saw that they were already too late. The skeletons had some vans blocking the exits to both Arizona and Nevada. Percy led his friends to the winged guardians, but that only put their backs to a wall. 4 against 11, Zoe muttered, and they cannot die. It's been nice adventuring with you guys, Grover sobbed. Percy looked up at the statues and remembered hearing about how tourists would sometimes rub on their giant toes to bring themselves good luck. Then he remembered the park ranger lady with the gray eyes and how she said, "There's always a way out for those clever enough to find it." Dahlia, pray to your dad, he said. What? How's that gonna help? He never answers. But this time is different, Percy said. Says who? Athena, I think. Please, please do it, Dahlia, Grover said. Hurry! Dahlia closed her eyes and silently prayed to her father. Percy put in his own prayer to Annabeth's mom, and hoping she really was that same woman in the elevator, trying to help them save her daughter. 1 minute, nothing happened. Then the next minute, a shadow fell over him. The shadow of a giant wing. The angel sprang to life and kicked the skeletons out of range with their giant feet. Man, it feels good to stand up after sitting around that long, said the first angel. Would you look at my toes? Said the second angel. Holy Zeus, what in the Tartarus were those tourists thinking? Hey guardians, down here, Dahlia yelled. We need your help getting out of here. Say, ain't you Zeus's kid? The first angel asked. Yes, so are you gonna help us? Did I hear a please? Please. Well, I guess we could use some stretching. Then the first angel grabbed Percy and Dahlia, and the second grabbed Zoe and Grover. They flew into the sky and in the direction of California. Tell me when it's over, Dahlia said with her eyes shut. As they kept flying, Percy told Dahlia about Rachel and how she saw through the mist. There may be some mortals like that, she said with her eyes still shut. Then it just occurred to Percy that his mom was like that too. Who knows if that's how she met his dad? Before coming to Camp Half-Blood for the first time, his mom saw the Minotaur for what it was, and she wasn't even surprised when he told her that Tyson was a Cyclops. Heck, she was even careful with Medusa's head when she decided to turn her ex-boyfriend into stone. In just a matter of minutes, the city of San Francisco was in sight. Where do you guys want to land? The first angel asked. Over there, near that clock tower, Zoe said. Luckily, there weren't too many people around, except for one homeless guy who thought he saw giant angels from Mars. After they said their goodbyes, they had no idea what to do now. They had made it to San Francisco, where they would find Artemis, and, hopefully, Annabeth, but they weren't even sure how or exactly where to look, and tomorrow was the solstice. They still didn't even find the mystery monster yet. The oracle said it would show them the trail, but it never did. Luckily, Grover remembered better than Percy about when he mentioned they needed to find Nereus. I could find him, said Zoe. He's not too hard to find, if you can recognize his scent. But if you're going to catch him, you must blend in. 5 minutes later, after diving in a donation box, Zoe dressed Percy into some rad clothes to make him look like a homeless person. Oh yeah, you looking conspicuous all right, Grover said, holding back a laugh. After a while of searching the docks, Zoe stopped in her tracks and pointed to a soup kitchen where a bunch of homeless guys lined up. He would be one of them, Zoe said. He never travels far from the water. You'll know him when you smell him. Once you have found him, you must grab hold of him and force him however you can to tell him about the monster. He'll use all his might to break free, so you must hold on tight. As Percy passed the first few guys, they did smell bad, but just regular old bad and nothing unusual. Then, Percy noticed further down the pier was a really messy-looking guy passed out on a bench. He wore an old bathrobe and had a beard so white he could have passed as Santa Claus, if Santa Claus was a hobo. When Percy got closer to him, his nose almost fell off. The guy smelled like burned seaweed and dead fish put together. This was the guy. Percy knew this was going to look strange, but he tackled the old man. Then the old man tackled him. Still squeezing onto each other, they rolled down the docks until they slammed into a post. Nereus got up, but Percy tackled him again from behind.
I don't have any money, kid. Get off me,
he complained. I don't want your money, fish man, Percy said. I'm a demigod looking for info.
Oh no, not this again,
Nereus said. He shook his way over to the side and into the water with Percy still squeezing him. Nereus transformed into a shark and kept swimming down, and Percy still held on. If Percy wasn't a son of Poseidon, he probably would have drowned. That's how long they stayed underwater. They jumped back up to the surface where Percy's friends were waiting, and Nereus changed back into his hobo form.
Why won't you drown?
Nereus complained. You can't drown me, said Percy. I'm a son of Poseidon, mister.
Oh, wow. Haven't seen your type in a while,
Nereus said.
Well, I'm guessing it's the usual, right? You let me go only until I've answered your question, right?
Actually, we got a lot more than just one, Percy said.
One capture, one question. That's my rule, kid.
Well, that was just great. There was no way Percy could ask where's Artemis or Annabeth or the monster in just one question, but he knew which was the right one to ask. How do we find the mystery monster that Artemis was hunting? He asked.
Oh, that's too easy, Nereus said. It's right there in the water.
Mew. Percy let go of Nereus, and he saw Bessie right there in the water again. Not now, Bessie, Percy said.
Mew.
Percy, Grover said, that's the Ophiotaurus, the serpent bull. Oh, and by the way, it's a boy, and he's asking you to stop calling him Bessie. Oh, I'm such a fool, Zoe said. I should have remembered about him. My father told me all about it. But anyway, this is the beast we were looking for. How could he be dangerous? Percy asked. He's completely harmless. The Fates had a prophecy eons ago, Zoe said. After this creature was born, whoever slayed it and burned its remains would have the power to destroy the gods. How can that give anyone the power to destroy the gods? Thalia asked. No one knows, Zoe answered. It's never been a complete success. The first time, it was slayed by an ally of the Titans, but then Zeus sent an eagle to take away the beast's remains before they had the chance. Now, after 3,000 years, the Ophiotaurus is reborn. Luke's gotta destroy the gods by killing Bessie, Percy realized. We gotta find a way to keep him, safe.
Well, this is perfect,
a familiar voice said with a French accent. It was Dr. Thorne, with some mortal guards at his side.
Now all the pieces have now come together. With the beast just waiting to be sacrificed, and the daughter of Zeus's 16th birthday just right around the corner, Olympus shall fall.
Unfortunately, he made perfect sense. Thalia's 16th birthday was just 2 days away, and right there Percy realized she was the hero in the prophecy after all. She must have realized it too, because she stood there completely stunned. Her expression was very similar to the way she'd woken up on Half-Blood Hill when Percy brought her back to life.
It is your destiny, girl,
Thorne said. Now take your spear and strike at the monster, and soon you shall overthrow your father and all the rest. Thalia, you know you don't want to do this, Percy told her. Your dad helped us. He made the metal guards come to life and save us. But she stayed frozen with no reply. Then Percy looked at Grover, and just from making eye contact, Grover knew what he wanted. He played his pipes and made branches grow from underneath the pier and tie up the guards. Zoe shot a fart arrow at them. Thorn shot some needles at Percy, but they bounced off his lion's coat. Grover told Bessie to dive deep down and stay down. Then the kids ran across the pier while pulling Thalia along, still in a daze. They turned the corner of the nearest store and they lost them, probably just for now. We gotta get word back to camp before it's too late, Grover said. Just looking around, it looked like they had what they needed right there in front of them. They stood in a small garden center with a fountain and some crystal wind chimes. Percy took out his sword and poked a hole through the side of the fountain. And just as expected, sprinkling water sprayed out. Grover pulled out a drachma, prayed to the rainbow goddess, threw the coin, and asked for Camp Half-Blood. And in the projection was the last person Percy wanted to see. Mr. D, unfortunately. Mr. D, Percy called. Where's Chiron? We need help.
Doesn't anyone ever say hello anymore? He humored.
Hello, now where's Chiron? We're running out of time. Around the corner, footsteps were rumbling, and they knew Thorn and his troops were coming back.
I'm afraid he's not here right now, Mr. D said. Please leave a message after the beep. Beep.
Percy quickly explained to him about Bessie.
I think I'm in the mood for pizza tonight, said Mr. D.
You don't even care at all, do you? Percy growled. You wouldn't even care if everyone dies. Aha! We've got you now! Thorn yelled. He and his guards stood right there in their only exit. Thorn transformed into his true manticore form.
Spare the daughter of Zeus! Kill the others!
He told the guards. Then, as if right on cue, long grapevines popped out of the ground and wrapped around the manticore. More and more vines kept wrapping around him until there wasn't a single spot of his body left to be seen. The monster was now encased in a big grapevine cocoon. The vines seemed to pull tighter, and the sand started pouring out, and everyone had the feeling somewhere in there the manticore was no more. The guards ran away in fear.
You're welcome, by the way, said Mr. D. And you know, you could have said please.
Mr. D, you saved us, Grover exclaimed.
Don't make me regret it, Mr. Underwear.
Underwood, Grover corrected.
Whatever. And now you better get moving, Percy Jackson. I've bought you a few hours at most.
Mr. D, you just said my name right, Percy exclaimed.
I did no such thing, Mr. Potter.
But where do we go?
I believe the Huntress would know that, said Mr. D. You must enter at sunset today, or all is lost. Goodbye.
And his image disappeared. How did he know you would know where to look? Percy asked Zoe. She pointed across the bay and toward Mount Tamalpais in the distance. We must travel to my home, she said, to the garden of my sisters. And why is it sunset we have to be there? Percy asked. That is the rule of the garden, Zoe explained. You can only enter when day changes to night. Well, if we're going to have any chance at getting there fast enough, we're going to need a car, Thalia said. But we can't leave Bessie alone, Percy said. I know, I'll stay with him, Grover said. He got all this way to the west coast from the east coast, right? I'll ride him to Camp Half-Blood, and Chiron can help me get him to Olympus. But Grover, Percy said, no offense, but you're not exactly good in water, remember? You could just pray to your dad for me to have a safe passage, Grover said. I'm the only one who could talk to him anyway. Come on, let's go. They walked back to the docks. Grover called for Bessie, and he hopped onto his back. Percy still wasn't sure how Bessie was able to travel from the East Coast to the West Coast, but then he remembered monsters don't get around the same way humans did. He stared at the horizon and silently prayed to his dad for Grover to have a safe passage. Percy, a prey this big would need a sacrifice, Thalia told him. How about the lion's coat? He suggested. But Percy, that coat could really get you far. It's real valuable. It's no wonder Hercules used it, Grover said. Percy glanced at Zoe, and that's when he knew which hero Zoe tried to help before. It was Hercules. Then he looked back at Grover. I'm not Hercules, he said. I'll survive this quest, but not because of this coat. He threw the coat in the water, and it dissolved into sunlight. Well then, no time to lose, Grover said. You be careful now, and good luck. Thanks. You too, G-Man, Percy replied. Okay, Bessie, back to Camp Half-Blood, Grover told him. And they swam away and out of sight. Percy could just hope his dad would answer his prayer. Right then, Zoe said. Now, where are we to find a car? Wait, I know someone nearby who could help us, Thalia said. Dr. Frederick Chase, Annabeth's dad. Thalia did in fact have Dr. Chase's address, and they still had plenty of time by the time they got there. Percy wasn't expecting him to be dressed like an aviator. Oh, hello, he said in a friendly voice. Are you the ones delivering my models? No, Percy said. We're friends of Annabeth. Annabeth? Is she all right? Where is she? No one answered, but their expressions seemed to be enough. Oh, I see, he said. Well, would you like to come in? Percy remembered Annabeth telling him that they just moved in, but it sure didn't look like it. They could hear the sound of small boys arguing somewhere in the back. We could just go out to my studies where it's quieter, said Dr. Chase. Inside his studies room, on top of a big table, were some pictures of scenes from the Great War. I'm writing a paper on the use of the sop with camel, as you could see, Dr. Chase said. Anyway, sir, Thalia said, we've come here because, well, your daughter's been kidnapped. They explained everything, and that they needed a ride to Mount Tamalpais before sunset. All right then, I'll drive you, he said. Actually, we were wondering if we could just maybe borrow the car, Thalia said. Where we're going, it's too dangerous for mortals. Annabeth is my daughter, said Dr. Chase. Danger or not, I can't just... Hello, Frederick, a woman's voice said. Can I offer your guests some snacks? Mrs. Chase came in with a plate of fresh-baked cookies. Mr. Chase quickly told his wife what he needed to do. Percy would have thought she'd feel disturbed just from hearing about Annabeth, but instead she just said, You better get going then. I'll get my keys, said Dr. Chase. Mrs. Chase stopped Percy for a second. When you see Annabeth, could you tell her something for me, please? Tell her that she'll always have a home here. Remind her of that, won't you? I will, Percy promised. The afternoon light was fading. They may have had less than an hour to save Annabeth. They crossed the Golden Gate Bridge, drove through Marin country, and soon they were right on the doorstep to Mount Tamalpais. The further up the mountain, the thicker the clouds seemed to be. Like I said, the mist is thicker here, Thalia said. We have to be real careful. They started coming out of the forest area and into wide open spaces. Percy could see a clear view of the ocean all the way down to the bottom, and something on the shore caught his eye. A cruise ship. No way it could be a coincidence. That had to be Luke's ship, the Princess Andromeda. We shall expect company from Kronos' army, then, Zoe said. Percy was about to reply, but then the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. Zoe, quick, stop the car, he cried. Stop now. She must have sensed it too, because she slammed the brakes without question. Quick, get out, Thalia cried. She pulled Percy out, and then, kablooey! The car was blown to bits. You saved my life, Percy said. One shall be perished by a parent's hand, she muttered. That can't be. Why would he? No, Thalia, Percy said. It's Kronos. He's manipulating you. Thanks, Thalia said. Wait, where's Zoe? Percy asked. Zoe? Zoe? She appeared right next to him. Shh! Silence, you fool! She whispered. You don't want to wake Layden. You mean we're here? He asked. Very close, she said. They continued up the hill on foot, which led to a field of tall grass and flowers, and Percy immediately recognized the place. It was the same garden from his dreams, where Zoe first gave Hercules Riptide. Then, a few feet away, was an apple tree with golden apples. They were literally sparkling gold. The apples of immortality, Thalia mentioned. It was Hera's wedding gift to Zeus. Percy wanted to reach up and take one, but then something he didn't notice a minute ago almost made his heart stop. Layden, the dragon! He almost looked a lot like the Hydra, only thinner, and had a lot more heads. He seemed to be sleeping, being all curled around the tree with all his eyes shut. Then something else caught Percy's eye. 4 young women dressed in white, all with caramel skin and dark hair, and they all looked like Zoe. Sisters, Zoe said. You are no sister of ours, Zoe Nightshade, the first sister said coldly. Only an enemy as well as your so-called friends. Begone! Not without Artemis, Zoe demanded. Annabeth too, Thalia added. You know he will kill thee if thou shalt dare to try, the first sister warned. He will not hurt me, Zoe said. And what about thy so-called friends? The first sister asked. Then Zoe did the last thing anyone expected. Layden, awake! The dragon opened all of its eyes, and they all looked straight at Zoe. Are you mad? The eldest sister yelled. You never really had the courage, sister, Zoe taunted. Not like me. Thalia, Percy, go! Zoe shouted. He's trained to guard the tree. As long as he sees me as a threat, he'll be too busy for you. You'll be killed, Thalia said. It's the only way, Zoe said. Not even the 3 of us together can defeat him. Now go! Thalia and Percy continued running up the hill, and Zoe went closer to the tree. It's me, little dragon, Zoe said. Zoe has come back. I used to feed thee by hand. Do you still like lamb's meat? The dragon lunged at Zoe, but 2,000 years of training kept her alive. She dodged a few heads and slid underneath its belly. She was almost out of range, but then another head snapped at her side. She kept sprinting up the mountain and caught up with her friends. When they finally made it to the top, they saw what looked a lot like a big funnel cloud spinning in the center of the ruins of black stone walls, but they didn't feel any strong winds. The ruins of Mount Othris, Thalia said. Mount Othris? Percy asked. The fortress of the Titans, Zoe said, sounding weaker. The rival of Olympus. But how can it be here? Percy asked. This is California. The same way Olympus moved over to New York City, Percy, Thalia explained. Don't you remember? The gods prefer to live in the most powerful civilization on Earth, and obviously that would include their enemies. But the fact that this is here is not good. Why? Because it means it's also Atlas's mountain, Zoe said, where he holds up the sky. They walked up the black steps and into the ruins. Seconds later, they stood right in front of where the funnel cloud hung right over the mountain peak. But instead of resting on the shoulders of a titan, the funnel cloud was resting on the shoulders of a young red-headed woman. It was Artemis. This is what Percy had seen in his dreams, only now it had become clear. He hadn't seen Artemis holding up a boulder in a cavern. She was here, forced to hold up the roof of the world. She was sweating real hard, too. Percy never thought a god could look exhausted, but apparently holding up that thing was too much even for Artemis. "My lady!" Zoe shouted, and she rushed to her mistress. She knelt in front of the goddess, and she looked like she was about to cry. "Zoe, you must leave. It's a trap," Artemis warned. Zoe was definitely crying now. She would not dare leave her mistress.
"Oh, how touching,"
a deep voice boomed. It was the general, standing in the doorway with Luke at his side. Luke was dragging Annabeth all tied up and gagged. Behind them was the golden coffin of Kronos, carried by a couple of Drachni women. "Luke," Thalia snarled, "let her go." "That is the general's decision, Thalia," he said, "but it's good to see you again." Thalia spat at him in the face.
"So much for old friends," the general chuckled. "And you, Zoe, it's been a long time. How is my little traitor?"
"Wait," Percy said. "You're Atlas?" The general glanced at him.
"Even the stupidest of demigods like yourself could have figured that out, boy." "Yes, I am Atlas, the general of the Titans and terror of the gods. And soon shall be your doom as soon as I'm done with her first."
"You're not going to touch Zoe while I'm around," Percy said.
"This is a family matter, boy," Atlas sneered. "Stay out of it."
"Wait, a family matter?" "Yes," Zoe said. "Didn't you hear him when he called me a traitor? Atlas is my father." Percy could almost see the resemblance with that matching serious expression, only Atlas looked a million times more serious. "Please, just let Artemis go," Zoe demanded.
"Don't worry, Zoe," Atlas said. "I won't attempt to keep her here very much longer, according to godly standards. Every one of the gods shall have their turns experiencing my burden once Lord Kronos rules again. Soon, they will all have a very good idea of humility."
But all Percy could focus on right now was Annabeth. For some reason, a few locks of her hairs were streaked with gray. "That's from holding up the sky," Thalia muttered, as if reading his mind. "The weight should have killed her." "But I don't get it. Why can't Artemis just let go?" Percy asked.
"How little you understand, young one," Atlas laughed. "This is where the sky and earth first met, where Ouranos and Gaia had first brought forth their children, the Titans. The sky still yearns to embrace the earth, but someone must hold it at bay or the sky could crush this mountain and everything within 100 leagues. Once one has taken hold of the burden," Atlas continued, "there is no escape unless someone is willing to take it from you."
He stepped closer to Percy and Thalia and studied them.
So these are the best heroes of the age, eh? Not much of a challenge."
"Why don't you fight us and find out?" Percy said.
"Have the gods taught you nothing?" Atlas asked. "As a superior being, I would not dare waste my time fighting a mere mortal directly. To me, you're completely child's play. But Luke, however, is willing to fill in for me."
"So you're another coward," Percy said.
"I'll just forget you said that just this once," Atlas said. "I'm only trying to be fair. As for you, daughter of Zeus, it seems Luke was all wrong about you."
"I was not," Luke said. He spoke as if every word was painful. Percy would have felt sorry for Luke if it hadn't been for all the terrible things Luke had done. "Thalia, this is our chance to bring payback to our fathers," he said. Just call for the Ophiotaurus and you'll be able to take their throne. We could rule this world together. No, Thalia, Zoe warned. We must fight back. Then Luke raised his hands and a lit bronze brazier appeared. Then the golden coffin began to glow and the mist started to change all around them. It changed the ruins to look like a brand new castle made from fear and shadow. We shall restore Mount Othrys right here, Luke said, and very soon it shall be stronger and greater than Olympus. We shall first start with bringing Camp Half-Blood crumbling down, Luke continued. All we need is your help. My army is making its way up here from the Andromeda. They'll take care of whoever denies our offering. I don't know you anymore, Thalia said with pain in her voice. Yes, you do, he pleaded. Please don't make him destroy you. Percy knew there was no time and no escape. They would be overwhelmed as soon as that army reached the top of the hill. He looked at Annabeth, and she was probably thinking the same thing. Then he met Thalia's and Zoe's eyes, and they silently decided it wouldn't be the worst thing to die fighting along with friends. Now! He shouted, and together they charged. Thalia managed to scare away the snake-legged women by opening her shield, and they left the coffin behind. Luke raised his sword, but when it hit her shield, a ball of lightning pushed him away. And Percy, without thinking, did which might have been the stupidest thing in his life. He went for Atlas. Percy, beware! Zoe warned. He knew what she meant. Chiron had told him long ago that immortals are constrained by ancient rules, but a hero can go anywhere and challenge anyone as long as they had the nerve. Just knowing that, and choosing to fight Atlas, Atlas would be free to attack Percy with all his might. Percy ran toward him, but then Atlas flicked him with the butt of his javelin. He flew through the air and slammed into the black walls, which were no longer mist.
Foolish boy, Atlas said. Do you think just because you survived a fight with that pity war god you can stand up to me?
He hit him again, and sending him flying and landing in front of Artemis. Run, boy, you must run, she told him. Atlas was taking his time walking towards Percy. Atlas was between him and his sword now. It wouldn't have reappeared in his pocket again in time, and circling would be risky. Thalia and Luke were fighting each other like demons. Annabeth was on the ground, still struggling to get free. Then, Atlas finally stood arm-length with Percy as he remained on the ground, and raised his javelin to end him.
Time to die, little hero, he said.
No, you don't, Zoe growled. She shot 3 silver arrows right in his butt.
Gah!
The Titan bellowed. Then he turned towards his daughter. Percy felt his sword in his pocket again, but he knew he couldn't survive fighting Atlas. Then he remembered part of the prophecy. The Titan's curse one must withstand. Maybe a half-blood couldn't go against him, but a god could. Or a goddess. Let me take the sky, my lady, he told Artemis. No, boy, she said. You don't know what you're asking for. Annabeth only survived long enough because she had the true spirit of a huntress. You will not last long. I'm gonna die anyway, Percy said. He didn't wait for her reply. He got on his knees and went shoulder to shoulder with Artemis. For a moment, they held it up together. It was the heaviest thing Percy ever felt. Then Artemis slipped out from under the burden, and Percy held it alone. He wanted to black out, but he breathed deeply. He thought about how Bianca had given up her life so they could make it this far. If she could do that, he could hold up the sky just as well. His vision seemed a bit fuzzy as he watched Artemis fight against Atlas. Zoe shot arrows at her father, but it didn't help much. Atlas slowly pursued Artemis while she backed up toward Percy. "Get ready," she said in his mind. At that moment, Percy realized what she was planning. But when she wasn't looking, Atlas swung his javelin under her feet, and she was on the ground. He raised up his javelin, and then... "No!" Zoe yelled. She shot an arrow right through his head. Still alive, the Titan swatted Zoe into a wall. She didn't get up. She didn't even move. Then he pointed the tip of his javelin back at Artemis. She seemed paralyzed, because she didn't even try to get up.
"The first blood of a new war at last,"
Atlas said. He got ready to launch down his javelin, and then... Artemis grabbed the javelin and pulled it like a lever, setting the Titan off his feet and in Percy's direction. Percy let himself get pushed out of the way, and the Titan was trapped.
"No, not again,"
he complained. Percy felt so relieved to be out of there, but at the same time, his body felt like it was burning up. Dahlia was still fighting Luke, and she slammed him right through a wall. She managed to slap his sword right out of his hand with her spear. She started to get tears in her eyes as she kept the spear pointing at him, and for a moment, there was silence.
"Well,"
he said. Annabeth finally broke free of her bonds and ran up to them. "No, Thalia," she shouted. "Don't kill him." "He's a traitor," Thalia sobbed. "A traitor." "No, we can just take him back to Olympus," Annabeth said. He can be useful."
"Is that what you want, Thalia?" Luke asked. "To go back there and please your father?"
Thalia hesitated. Then Luke grabbed for her spear. Then, without thinking, she kicked him, making him lose his balance and fell over the edge. "Luke!" Annabeth yelled. The kids looked over the edge and saw below the army of the Princess Andromeda stopped in amazement and stared at Luke's broken form on the ground. Thalia just stood there with tears running down her cheeks. As much as Percy hated Luke, he couldn't stand all of this. He wanted to believe he was alive, but that had to be impossible. It was 50 feet below, and he wasn't moving. Then they looked back at Artemis, with Zoe laying in her arms. She was breathing, and her eyes were open, but still. "The hit she took from Atlas has made her poison wound worse," Artemis said. "Quick, anybody have ambrosia or nectar?" Percy asked. Nobody moved. Grief hung in the air. Luke's army was already literally on the doorstep to the fortress. Then, a strange buzzing noise hung in the air. A Sopwith camel flew down from the sky, and its machine guns burst to life, peppering the ground with bullets, which were somehow able to hit the monsters. "Now's our chance," Artemis said. She pulled out her hunting horn, pressed it to her lips, and the sound echoed throughout the fortress. Zoe's eyes were fluttering. "It's okay, Zoe," Percy said to her. "It's gonna be okay." Just then, something flew down from the moon and landed in front of them with glowing moonlight. A white chariot pulled by the most beautiful deer they had ever seen. They hopped in and flew into the air. "Please tell me this is not what inspired Santa Claus," Percy said. "Indeed, young half-blood," Artemis answered. They flew away to Crissy Field with the biplane right behind them. When they landed, they got a better look at the pilot as soon as he climbed out of the plane and took off his helmet. It was Annabeth's dad. She couldn't recall feeling so happy to see anyone in her life. "Dad," she said, "you fought the monsters. You saved us. You were amazing."
"Well, not bad for a middle-aged mortal, I suppose,"
he said, blushing. "But where did you get celestial bronze?" she asked. Well, you left plenty in your old room back in Virginia, he said, back when you left. Annabeth looked embarrassed for a second. She could tell that her dad was being real careful not to say ran away. It was just a little experiment, really, he said. Percy could see now why Athena took a liking in him. Annabeth, Thalia interrupted. Her voice sounded urgent. Artemis had Zoe laying at her side. They had no ambrosia or nectar. They had no mortal medicine, if that could even help at all, and Zoe did not look good at all. Can't you heal her with magic? Percy asked Artemis. Life is a fragile thing, she answered. If the fates decide to cut a string, there is little I can do, but I can try. Zoe gripped Artemis's hand. Have I served thee well? Zoe asked, sounding weak. With great honor, brave one, Artemis said, the finest of my attendants. Rest now, and I shall try to heal the poison. But Percy knew at that moment it wasn't just the poison that was killing her. It was her father's final blow. That's what the prophecy meant when it said, one shall perish by a parent's hand. Zoe must have known all along, and yet she still took the quest. That terrible strike from her father made the poison even worse. She locked eyes with Thalia. I'm sorry. We argued, she said. We could have been sisters. It's all my fault, Thalia said, blinking hard. You were right about Luke. Heroes, men, everything. No, Zoe said. Not all men. She gave Percy a weak smile and asked, Do you still have the sword? He pulled out the pen where she could see it. You spoke the truth, Percy Jackson, she said. You are nothing like Hercules, and I am honored that you carry an Eklusmos. Then she looked up at the stars. The stars, she whispered. I can see them again, my lady. A tear trickled down Artemis's cheek. Yes, brave one, she said. They are beautiful tonight. Stars, Zoe repeated. Her eyes fixed on the glittering night sky, and Zoe did not move again. Then they all watched as Artemis cupped Zoe's mouth and whispered a few words in ancient Greek. Then a wisp of smoke floated from Zoe's lips and into the goddess's hand, and Zoe's body disappeared. Still holding up the ball of smoke, Artemis stood up, whispered a kind blessing in her hands, and threw the smoke high into the air, and it vanished. Then they saw something glowing in the sky that they never noticed before. An all-new constellation of a girl running with a bow. The Zoe Nightshade constellation. Let the world forever honor you, my dear huntress, Artemis said. Live forever in the stars and in our hearts. And now I must immediately return to Olympus, she told the others. I cannot escort you there myself, but I will send you help. She laid a hand on Annabeth's shoulder and said, You are brave beyond measure, my dear girl, and I know you will do what is right. Then she stared a long time at Thalia. Thalia almost couldn't convince herself to make eye contact. It must have been seriously complicated for her, considering the fact that this goddess was really her half-sister. And that young appearance must have made it even weirder since she was like 3,000 years older. But then Artemis' expression softened. Then she looked over at Percy. You did well, Percy Jackson, she said, for a man. He realized that was the first time she hadn't called him boy, and that made him smile. Then she stepped back into her chariot and flew into the sky, and the moon goddess was gone. Well, she was quite impressive, Dr. Chase said. though I still prefer Athena. Dad, Annabeth said, sounding embarrassed. What? He said, sounding lost. Oh, nothing, she said. Listen, I'm sorry that I... Shh. No need to apologize, sweetie, he said, pulling her into a hug. I know it's not easy, but I know now you must do what you must. Hiya, boss! A voice shouted in Percy's head. Blackjack! Percy shouted excitingly. Check it out, said Blackjack. I brought my friends Guido and Pork Pie to help. Then he looked over at the others. Any of these guys you need us to trample, boss? No, these are my friends, Percy said. We need to get back to Olympus fast before the solstice is over. Oh, but we can't take him, boss, said Blackjack, looking towards Dr. Chase. The big man won't allow any mortals on Olympus. My gods, they're beautiful, Dr. Chase said, stunned by the Pegasi. Don't worry, he's not coming with us, Percy told Blackjack. Annabeth, Dr. Chase said. I know San Francisco is a dangerous place for you, but please, just remember, you'll always have a home here with us. We'll keep you safe. And I love you. More than anything. She didn't answer, but her eyes were flooding with tears as she turned away. He waved goodbye as they took off and headed back to New York. As they zoomed through the sky, Dahlia fell asleep and Percy made conversation with Annabeth. Your dad seems a lot cooler since you last saw him, Percy told her. I guess so, she said, but he's still in California, and I can't live so far from camp. So what will you do now? Percy asked. I don't know, said Annabeth, but thanks for saving me. Oh, it was nothing. That's what friends are for, Percy said. So you never really believed I was dead? She asked. Never, Percy assured her. Neither's Luke, you know, Annabeth said. I mean, he isn't dead. That was a pretty bad fall, Percy said. I don't see how. I know he isn't dead. I just know the same way you knew about me, she insisted. No doubt we'll see him again, Percy. Percy had no idea how to compare those two different beliefs, at all. Then Percy saw something up ahead he couldn't expect in a matter of minutes. New York City! How's that for speedy? Blackjack bragged. You're the man, Blackjack, Percy said, or the horse, or whatever. The next thing Percy knew, he was once again, for the second time in his life, this time with friends, back in the throne of Olympus. This time, everyone was there, all 12 Olympian gods. Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Demeter, Ares, Athena, Apollo, Artemis, Hephaestus, Aphrodite, Hermes, Dionysus. The 12 Olympians. Percy noticed on the high ceiling a new constellation was added. The new Zoe Nightshade constellation. Grover had already arrived a little earlier with Bessie. While Grover was sitting next to Zeus's throne, Bessie was floating inside a watery bubble. Welcome, heroes, Artemis said. The council has been informed of your deeds, she continued. They know of the rise of Mount Othrys and of the gathering of Kronos' army. We have voted to act. At my lord Zeus's command, my brother Apollo and I shall hunt down all the most powerful monsters before they can join the Titans' cause. Lady Athena shall check on the other Titans and assure us they do not escape their various prisons. Lord Poseidon has been granted permission to unleash his full fury on the cruise ship, the Princess Andromeda, and send it to the bottom of the sea. And as for you, my heroes, she turned to the other gods. These half-bloods had done Olympus a great service. Would any here deny that? For a moment, the gods just stared at the kids, thinking and thinking. Percy wondered if they could really make his body explode right there with just a thought. Then finally, Apollo spoke up. I gotta say, these kids did okay.
Yes, said Hermes, all in favor of not disintegrating them.
So far, Poseidon's, Zeus's, Demeter's, and Aphrodite's hands were up.
Now wait just a minute, Ares growled. These two are dangerous, he said, pointing to Percy and Thalia. I'd feel much safer zapping them where they stand. Ares, Poseidon interrupted. They are worthy heroes. We will not blow my son to bits. Nor my daughter, Zeus said. She has done quite well.
Thalia blushed, and Percy knew how she felt. They both hardly saw their dads, much less get a compliment from them. Then Athena stood up and said, I am proud of my daughter as well, but there is a security risk here with the other two. It is most unfortunate that both my father and uncle choose to break their oaths not to have any further offsprings beyond the Second Great War. Only Hades had kept his word, a fact that I find quite ironic. As we know from the great prophecy, children of the three elder gods such as Thalia and Perseus are in fact quite dangerous. And as thick-headed as Ares can be, he has in fact have a fair point.
You see, I told ya, said Ares. Hey, wait a minute, who you calling? Oh, save your breath, Ares. You're gonna need it much more later on, Dionysus sighed. Well, you're one to talk, you little drunk, Ares growled. You seriously want to protect these little brats?
I have no love for them any more than I have no love at all for any hero, Dionysus admitted.
So do you believe it is safest to destroy them, Athena?
I do not pass judgment, she said. I only point out the risk. What we do, the council must decide. I will not have them punished, Artemis said. I will have them rewarded. If we choose to destroy heroes who do us a great favor, we are no better than the Titans. If this is Olympian justice, I will have none of it.
Calm down, little sis. You need to lighten up, Apollo said.
Do not call me sis, Artemis said. I will reward them.
Well, perhaps, Zeus said, but we all have agreement that this beast must be destroyed at least.
You want to kill Bessie? Percy interrupted.
Poseidon frowned. You named it Bessie? You do know it's male, son, don't you?
Please, Dad, Percy begged. He's a really nice creature. You can't kill him.
Percy, its power is considerable, Poseidon said. If the Titans were able to steal it, or even...
You can't, Percy insisted. Then he looked over at Zeus. He knew he should have acted afraid of him, but he was already looking deep into his stormy eyes. Controlling prophecies never work, he continued. Besides, the Ophiotaurus is innocent. Killing something like that is just wrong. It's just as wrong as Kronos eating his own children for something they might do. It's just wrong. Zeus seemed to consider that. Then he asked, And what of the risk? Kronos knows full well that you could have the power to destroy us if you wish, if you'd sacrifice the beast's remains. And you, my daughter, he said, looking at Thalia, will turn 16 tomorrow, just as the prophecy says. Sir, please, you have to trust them, Annabeth said.
Trust a hero?
Yes, Artemis said, which is why I must first make a reward. My faithful companion Zoe Nightshade has passed into the stars. I must seek a new lieutenant. But first, I must have a word with you, Father. As they had their backs turned, Percy felt a chill up his spine and took Annabeth's hand. Annabeth, please, please don't, he begged her. Don't what? she asked. I don't know how I can stand it if I don't want... I can't... Percy, you look like you're gonna be sick. That's exactly how he felt, but he didn't say so, and he couldn't say much more. Then Artemis turned and said, I shall have my new lieutenant, if she will accept it. Will you choose to join the hunt, daughter of Zeus? Stunned silence filled the room. Thalia looked at her friends. Annabeth gave her a smile, and she smiled back. Then she focused on Artemis and said, I will. Zeus's eyes were filled with concern.
My daughter, consider well.
Father, Thalia said, I will not turn 16 tomorrow because I will never turn 16, because I won't let this prophecy become mine. I stand with my sister Artemis. Kronos will never tempt me again. She knelt before the moon goddess and repeated the same words Bianca said back in Maine, which seemed so long ago. And at that moment, the only living daughter of Zeus was blessed with immortality. After that, she did something even more surprising. She smiled at Percy and gave him a big hug, which made him blush. Aren't you not supposed to do that anymore? He asked. You know, hugging boys. There's nothing against being passionate to a friend, she said. This is my chance to finally know peace, Percy. I feel like for the first time, I have a home. Besides, you're the hero, not me. You'll be that kid in the prophecy. Great, he muttered. I'm glad we're friends. And now for the Ophiotaurus, Artemis said.
The boy is dangerous, Dionysus said, and the beast is a temptation to great power, even if we spare the boy.
No, Percy said. Look, my dad can keep him safe. He can hide him under the sea somewhere, but it has to be protected.
And just why should we trust you? Hephaestus asked.
Look, I'm only 14, Percy said. If the prophecy is about me, that's in 2 more years. 2 more years for Kronos to deceive you, said Athena. Much can change in 2 years, my young hero.
I will not have a sea creature destroyed if I can help it, Poseidon said, and I can help it.
He raised up his trident and said,
I will vouch for my son and the safety of the Ophiotaurus. You will not take it under the sea, Zeus demanded. I will not have that kind of bargaining chip in your possession. Brother, please,
Poseidon said. Zeus's lightning bolt appeared in his hand and started sparkling with shafts of electricity.
Fine, I will build an aquarium here for him to stay in, Poseidon sighed. We shall protect it with all our powers to keep it safe, and the boy will not betray us. I have vouched for this in my honor.
Zeus thought about that for a moment and said,
All in favor?
To Percy's surprise, the only ones that kept their hands down were Ares, Athena, and Dionysus.
It is settled, Zeus said, and since we won't be destroying these heroes, I believe we should honor them. Let the celebration begin!
Now there are mortal parties, and then there are godly parties. You haven't lived until you've been to a godly party. The table was filled with all kinds of snacks, including ambrosia and nectar. There were even those never-empty soda goblets of whatever drink you wanted, like a Camp Half-Blood. The music was somehow whatever any single person wanted to hear. So while others wanted to listen to modern trash, others could listen to classic hits if they wanted to, and no one was disappointed. So, while they could expect chaos in the near future, the gods and heroes partied on. As Dionysus went around passing drinks, a beautiful woman held his hand. It was his wife, Ariadne. For the first time, Dionysus looked real happy, and Percy could have never expected that from him. The gods kept coming over to Percy and congratulating him. Hermes started chatting with him, at least until his phone rang. Apollo offered him some sun chariot driving lessons, but he wasn't interested. Then someone else's voice got his attention.
You won't let me down, I hope.
It was his father. Dad, hi.
Hello, Percy. You've done quite well on your quest, son.
Thanks, Percy said. And yeah, I won't let you down, I promise.
And I'm afraid your friend Luke...
He's not my friend, Percy blurted out. Then he realized it almost sounded rude the way that came out. Sorry, he said.
Your former friend, Luke, Poseidon said. He had promised things like that to Hermes before. He was his father's pride and joy. Bear that in mind, Percy. Even the bravest can fall very far.
Luke did fall pretty bad, Percy said. And I'm sorry that he's dead and...
No, Percy, Poseidon said. He's not dead. I'm afraid he is still very much alive.
What?
I believe Annabeth told you this, and I have seen it. His followers have him safely on a ship which now sails away from San Francisco, with the remains of Kronos. He will regroup before assaulting you again. Old enemies of mine, older ocean spirits, will be on his side trying to protect his ship. But I will do everything to bring it down.
But how could he survive that kind of fall? Percy asked.
I do not know, but whatever the explanation is, he is much more dangerous now more than ever.
What about Atlas? Percy asked.
I believe that is behind us now, Poseidon answered. His only chance of escaping his burden is if someone else with enough strength, courage, and a true heart would choose at their own free will to take it from him. No one in Kronos' army would dare.
Luke did it, Percy said. Then he tricked Annabeth into taking it. Then he used her to trap Artemis.
Luke is an interesting case, Poseidon said. Anyway, I can't stay for the final dance. I must go get Bessie ready for his new home. You be good now, my son. We may not be able to speak again for some time.
And just like that, he was gone. Again. He was trying to see if he could find him again through the crowds, but then another voice caught his attention. Your father takes quite the risk, you know. He turned and found himself face to face with Athena. For the first time, he realized how much she looked almost like a grown-up version of Annabeth, and he had to force himself not to call her that. You may yet be useful, she said, but I still spoke the truth, and you are quite dangerous. Your fatal flaws could destroy us all as well as yourself. Percy remembered a long time ago when he and Annabeth once talked about fatal flaws. Kronos knows what your fatal flaw is exactly, even if you don't know it yourself. How do you think he has manipulated you previously? First your mother was taken from you, then your best friend Grover, now my daughter Annabeth. In this case, your loved ones have been used to lure you into his traps, she continued. Your fatal flaw is personal loyalty. You do not know when it is time to cut your losses. To save a friend, you would sacrifice the world. In a hero of the prophecy, that is very, very dangerous. Just because I want to help my friends, the most dangerous flaws are ones in good moderation, she said. Evil is easy to fight. Lack of wisdom, that is very hard indeed. He felt like arguing with her, but he found that he couldn't. Athena was pretty darn smart. I hope the council's decisions prove wise, she said. But I'll be watching you, Percy Jackson. I do not approve of your friendship with my daughter. I do not think it wise for either of you, and you should begin to waver in your loyalties. She fixed him with a cold, gray stare, and Percy realized Athena would have made a seriously bad enemy, maybe 10 times worse than Ares or Dionysus, or even his father. She wasn't the kind of person who would do something rash or stupid to someone just because she hated them. But she never ever gave up. Ever. And if she made plans to destroy anyone, her plans would not fail. "Percy?" Annabeth called. "I will leave you now," Athena told Percy. "For now." And she proudly walked away. "My mom wasn't too hard on you, was she?" Annabeth asked him. "No, I'm fine," he answered. She studied him with concern. Then she touched his gray streak of hair that matched hers, that same painful souvenir from holding Atlas's burden. He had so much to say to her, but Athena took the confidence out of him. It felt like getting squashed to death, which is saying a lot. "So, what was it you were trying to tell me earlier?" she asked. Then he just remembered how he hesitated to make her reconsider when Artemis was offering her to join the hunt. But that changed when it turned out to be an offering for Thalia. Then he just said, "Oh, I just remembered we kinda got interrupted back in Westover, and I believe I owe you a dance." She smiled slowly and said, "All right, seaweed brain." So she grabbed his arm, and Percy wasn't sure if everyone else was hearing the same, but the music sounded like it just switched to a slow dance. It sounded a little sad, but still a little hopeful too. After the party was over, Percy made a few drachma calls before leaving. His first call was to Tyson. He told him about his adventure, about Bessie, Annabeth, and that his shield was damaged in the first Manticore attack.
Yay! That means it worked! It saved your life!
Tyson shouted happily. "It sure did, big guy," Percy replied. "But it's broken now. I'm not sure if it'll be safe to use."
"That's okay,"
Tyson said.
"I can fix it when I visit in the summer."
Percy had just remembered how much he missed Tyson before. "You're coming back next summer?" he asked.
"Yes, I made 2,740 magic swords," Tyson said. "The boss says good work, so I can take the whole summer off."
They talked a little more, and then Percy made a second call to his mom. She was in her apartment kitchen with Paul Blofus again, and this time they were holding hands. When she saw the image, she asked Paul if he could go get her journal in the living room. Percy told her everything as quickly as he could. She sighed with relief to hear that Annabeth was safe. "I knew you could do it, sweetie," she said. "I'm so proud of you." "Thanks, Mom," he said. "Well, I don't want to distract you during your writing seminar." "Percy, Paul and I..." "Mom, are you happy?" That seemed to take her by surprise, and she thought for a moment. Yes, I really am, Percy," she answered. "Being around him makes me happy." "Then it's cool. Seriously, don't worry about me." The funny part about it, Percy actually meant it. Considering his quest, he probably should have been more worried for her. He had just seen how people can be mean to each other, like how Hercules was mean to Zoe, or how Luke was to Thalia. He himself had talked to Aphrodite, and her presence felt worse than Ares. But seeing his mom smile and laugh after all those years of suffering with his terrible stepfather, Bugliano, he couldn't help feeling happy for her. "But could you please not call him Mr. Blofus?" she asked him. "Maybe not to his face," Percy humored.
"Sally, is it the red one or the green one?"
Paul called. "I better go," she said. "See you for Christmas?" "Will there be blue candy in my stocking?" he asked. "If you think you're not too old for that." "Are you kidding? I'm never too old for candy." "I'll see you then," she said, and her image was gone. He thought about that day at Westover when Thalia said his mom was cool. Then he thought, she was right. By the time the heroes left, the sun was rising. It was Monday morning, the day before Christmas, and the solstice was over. Argus had picked up Percy, Annabeth, and Grover and drove them back to Camp Half-Blood. Sadly, Thalia was long gone, along with Artemis and the rest of her hunters, off to their next adventure. They told Chiron the whole story, including about the fact that Luke was still alive. Also, Percy didn't say it to anyone, but he started to think back about that mortal girl Rachel Dare back at the Hoover Dam. He realized he'd stayed alive because so many people helped him, including a mortal. Then Annabeth said, "If the final battle does come when Percy's 16, at least we have 2 more years to figure something out." He had the feeling when she said, "figure something out," something told her she was referring to Luke in a way to change him back to his old ways.
2 years may seem like a long time, Chiron said, but it is in the blink of an eye. I really do hope you're not the one in the prophecy for your sake, Percy. But if you are, the Second Titan War is almost upon us. And I assure you, however long it may take them, Kronos will make his first strike here at camp. I know this because the gods always need heroes. Without them, there may not be much left to rely on. Luke will wait until summer before the first fight starts, I assure you. This winter is too rough, the roughest in centuries. Luke will take that much time to recover, Percy, and I suggest you take that same time to get enough rest. You will be needing it. For now, I think it is best you go home now, back to the city, and keep your mind on school."
Then Nico came running in a little too excited. "Hey, has anybody seen my sister?" he asked no one in particular. Dead silence. Nico?" Percy said. "Let's take a walk, okay? We need to talk." They walked as far as the edge of the woods, and Percy just couldn't bring himself to say it. Then he showed him the figurine. "She wanted you to have this," he said. Nico just stared at the figure as he held it. Then he looked at Percy in a way it seemed like Percy didn't have to tell him. You promised you would protect her," he said. "Nico, I tried. I really did," Percy said. "But she sacrificed herself to save us. I didn't want her to, but she—" "You promised!" he shouted. "I shouldn't have trusted you." But she may be alive, Nico. We never really found her body." "No, my dreams were true. She's dead. I can feel it. I hate you. I wish you were dead." "Wait, what do you mean you can feel it?" Percy asked. Before he could answer, there was a recognizable clicking sound behind him. The skeleton warriors were back! Percy was definitely outnumbered. No way he could fight this many by himself, and he had nowhere to go. "No!" Nico shouted. "Go away!" Then, the most unexpected thing happened. Flames popped out from underneath each skeleton. Then the ground opened up underneath them and swallowed them. Silence. Then Nico ran for the woods, and Percy was too shocked to stop him. What in the Tartarus just happened? Then he looked at the figure on the ground, and for the first time he realized why its face looked so familiar. Then he ran back to Grover and Annabeth. Guys, Nico's gone," he shouted. "I told him what happened, and he completely lost it. And there's something else. The skeleton warriors came back, but then I think Nico made the ground swallow them." "No, that's impossible," Grover panicked. "No god has that kind of power except... Hades," Percy said. "Nico is the son of Hades." "Then that means Hades broke the oath too," said Annabeth. "Percy, you realize how serious this is?" No. He didn't break the oath," Percy said. He told her about how Bianca had mentioned she and Nico had stayed in the Lotus Hotel and how she thought Franklin Roosevelt was still president. "They were born before the war, before the oath was made, so they don't count," Percy explained. "But he's still a child of the Big Three who's still alive," Annabeth said. "The prophecy may refer to him. What if Luke finds him?" "No, said Percy. Luke will be too busy with me, and I'll be the one in the prophecy. I'm not going to let anyone else take that responsibility and suffer more pain than I've already been through. Not anymore. And I think it's best we keep this to ourselves. We shouldn't tell anyone, not even Chiron. If the Olympians find out, they'll just start fighting again. He's right. That's the last thing we need, said Annabeth. But you can't hide for the gods forever, said Grover. We don't need forever, just 2 more years, said Percy. They went to tell Chiron that Nico disappeared due to his reaction about his sister. It was no surprise to him, since it wasn't the first time someone ran away from camp. They left out the secret parts, but Chiron looked at them as if he could expect something, but they managed to walk away with no questions asked. Then Percy looked at Annabeth and asked, "What about you?" "I'm going to try San Francisco after all," she said. "Maybe I'll keep an eye out if anything goes wrong near Mount Tam." "You will send me an iris message, won't you?" Percy asked. "Of course." Percy hated the idea of waiting next year, in August. He would turn 16. So close to 16, he hated to think about it. Finally, he told her, "Okay, you just take care of yourself, and don't go pulling stunts with your dad's softwood camel." "Deal," she said. "And Percy?" "Percy!" Grover yelled. "Percy! Percy, I heard him! He spoke in my mind!" "What? Who?" "Pan, the Lord of the Wild himself. I heard him in my head. I gotta pack a suitcase and—" Whoa, slow down," Percy said. "What exactly did you hear him say?" "Just 3 simple words, really," Grover said. "He said, 'I await you.'"